timelines for the consideration of budget policy statements, resolved to extend the period for the consideration of the 2026 budget policy statements for a period of 7 days from the February of 25th, 2026. The chairperson on Public Debt and Privatization Committee, Honorable Abdi Shurie, equally has a procedural motion on the extension of period for the consideration of the 2026 debt management strategy, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Orders 232A, subsection 4, relating to the timelines for consideration of debt management strategy, the National Assembly do resolve to extend the period for the consideration of the 2026 debt management strategy for a period of 7 days from the 21st day of February 2026. My dear viewer, apart from the two motions, the National Assembly will also be marking an important day today. One of its directors will be retiring. On your screens, you can see the Speaker's procession, where we have the Sergeant-at-Arms closely followed by the Sergeant-at-Arms carrying the mace, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, who is Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, on their way to the chambers this afternoon to preside over the business of the National Assembly. It is a step-by-step, a sure step to the National Assembly for the House to consider the business lined up this afternoon. One of the directors, and she is Mrs. Florence Abonyo, is in that procession of the Speaker, this being a way of respect for the 34 years that she has served the National Assembly. That procession is now making its way to the chambers of the National Assembly. And our dear viewers, if you're just asking yourself, Mrs. Florence Abonyo
Speaker
has been the Director for Audit, Appropriations and General Committees at the National Assembly. And this particular juncture marks an important milestone in her career, as she'll be retiring from service after having served the National Assembly for 34 years. So today is basically, so to speak, an end of an era defined by diligence, integrity, and institutional memories. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is already in the chambers this afternoon. So kindly allow me to hand over for this live broadcast and have yourself a great afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell. Millie, where are your people?
Well, that has been a directive from the Speaker of the National Assembly, who is currently presiding over the business of the House this afternoon, for the quorum bell to be rung for a few minutes to allow the House to properly curate to commence business. We need at least 50 members of the National Assembly to be present in the chamber for the House to commence with its consideration of business before it. Before I handed you over, I was just telling you about Mrs. Florence Abonyo, who will be retiring from service after having served Parliament for 34 years. And to just take you through her prolific career that has spanned for over 3 decades, Mrs. Abonyo stood at the center of the parliamentary oversight, guiding various committees through complex audit processes and appropriation reviews with matters precision and authority. Her work has strengthened accountability frameworks and safeguarded the credibility of Parliament's financial scrutiny's mandates. Her colleagues deem her as one who is a fair, meticulous, and deeply committed public servant, owing to her dedication and prowess during her delivery when she has been serving as a director of committees. And this is from the year 2012 all the way to the year 2026. She was appointed on the 12th day of October, the year being 2012, by the Parliamentary Service Commission as a pioneer director, Committee Services, National Assembly, in the advent of the bicameral parliament. She has been responsible for the setting up of structures for new directorates, coordination, and matter supervision of the functions and operations of the 33 committees at the National Assembly. You can see them. You can see the clerks on your screens. And she is among the clerks who will be assisting the Speaker in this afternoon session. So basically, this afternoon session is a way of giving her the respect and showing her that her services have been appreciated by the National Assembly for the 3 decades that she had been serving the House under the various positions. And key among them is the Director of Audits and Appropriations, as well as General Committees. Among her notable assignments is the inaugural vetting process of cabinet secretaries by committees on appointments in the year 2013 under the current constitutional dispensation. But as the National Assembly bids farewell and celebrates one of its own for her exemplary performance, the House equally has other bills as well as agenda for consideration this afternoon. Let me quickly rush to order number 7 in today's supplementary order paper, which is matter statements. And these statements are pegged on the standing orders of the House, standing orders number 44, subsection 2C of the National Assembly, where members have an opportunity to request for statements. Honorable Omulher Harun, a nominated member, will be requesting for a statement on the abduction of a resident in Hulugo sub-county in Garissa County. And her request for statement will be handled by the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Honorable Walter Owino, Member of Parliament for...
I have quorum to transact business.
orders from them.
Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
I have a communication, but I'll come to it later. Go on to the next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Go on.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader, Murugara. Give him the mic.
Right. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Leader of Majority, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 19th February 2026. Number 1, legal notice number 7 of 2026 relating to the Public Finance Management, State Officers and Public Officers Motor Car Loan Scheme Fund, Amendment Regulations 2025 from the National Treasury. Number 2, legal notice number 8 of 2026 relating to the Climate Change Non-Market Approaches Regulations 2026 from the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. Number 3, draft intergovernmental relations, brackets transfer and delegation of functions, powers and competencies, regulations 2025 from the Office of the President, State Department for Devolution. Number 4, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the Commission on Administrative Justice for the year ended 30th June 2025 and the certificate therein. Number 5, the Defense Cooperation Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the Czech Republic from the Ministry of Defense. Number 6, annual report of the Judicial Service Commission for the financial year 2024-2025 from the Judicial Service Commission. Number 7, County Government's Budget Implementation Review Report for the first quarter of financial year 2025-2026 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. Number 8, 35th biannual report of the Monetary Policy Committee for October 2025 from the National Treasury. Number 9, report of the Auditor General and financial statements of the National Assembly for the year ended 30th June 2020. This should be 2025 and the certificate therein. Number 10, Office of the Auditor General, Staff Car Loan Scheme and Staff Mortgage Scheme for the financial year ended 30th June 2025. Number 11, Annual Report of Activities and Financial Statements of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for the financial year 2024-2025. Number 12, National Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the first 3 months of the financial year 2025-2026 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. Number 13, Annual Report and Financial Statements of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission for the financial year ended 30th June 2025. Number 14, the 14th Report on the status of compliance of the public service with the values and principles in Articles 10 and 232 of the Constitution from the Public Service. Number 15, finally, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, NGCDF, for the year ended 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following constituencies: Central Imenti, Igembe Central, Kaiti, Konoin, Lamu East, and Lamu West. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Mshomba, Leader of Delegation to New York.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the
table of the House today, Thursday, 19th February 2026, the report of the Parliament of Kenya delegation to the 67th session of the Commission on the Status of Women held in New York, USA on the 6th to 17th of March 2023 as the leader of delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amshomba. Rahab Mukami, leader of delegation to PAP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to read the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 19th February 2026. Report of the Kenya delegation to the third ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament held in Midrand, South Africa from 24th June to 5th July 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Peter Kihungi, leader of Interfaith to Marrakesh. Kihungi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, give me some time. I have not been given the right report.
You cannot be given the right report. You should have the report. Why are you on the order paper?
Let me take it from the table.
Okay. Chairperson, Public Accounts Committee. Tindi Mwale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 19th February 2026. Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of audited financial statements for the national government ministries, departments, and agencies for the financial year 2022-2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. GK.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Chair, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 19 February 2026. Report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure and its consideration of sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the National Aviation Policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Kihungi, are you ready now? We'll stay to Tuesday. Put your house in order. Next. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Emilio Odhiambo, leader of delegation to IPU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that I be allowed to lay the paper next week on Tuesday.
It's actually a notice of motion. You'll do it on Tuesday. Check with
sorry, it's a notice of motion. I'll do it on Tuesday next week. Thank you.
Wamaua. There's a mic next to you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that aware that avocado farming and processing activities have expanded rapidly in Kenya, noting that the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics Economic Survey 2024 approximated the national avocado production at 848,100 tons in 2024, up from 633,000 tons in 2023, valued at Kenya shillings 29.5 billion, appreciating that according to the survey, Murang'a County contributed about 200,991 tons of the total production, making it the leading avocado producing county in the country. Concerned that avocado processing generates large volumes of organic waste, including peels, seeds, pulp, and pomans, which when improperly managed cause environmental degradation. water contamination, and increased greenhouse gas emissions. Further concerned that residents of Murang'a County and other major avocado growing regions have raised serious concern over the improper disposal of avocado waste, which undermines the right to a clean and healthy environment as envisaged under Article 42 of the Constitution, thus posing significant public health and environmental risk. Appreciating that by the Food and Agriculture Organization 2023 and global best practices from Mexico and Chile demonstrate that avocado waste can be converted into biofertilizer, biogas, animal feeds, and other value-added products. Recognizing that by embracing fertilization of avocado waste, Kenya stands a chance to reduce environmental pollution and health risks, create employment opportunities, and support a circular economy in the avocado sector. Appreciating the role of the national government in the formulation of policies and frameworks to guide and support effective waste management by county governments. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the national government formulates an avocado waste management and fertilization policy to provide for 1, sustainable avocado waste management and fertilization, including research, training, and technology transfer to farmers and provision of processors on modern waste management and fertilization practices with the aim of reducing pollution, improving public health, and creating jobs in the avocado producing regions. 2, promotion of investment and innovation by producing subsidies, incentives, and technical support for waste-to-value initiatives such as biodigester, biorefineries, and other circular economy solutions. And 3, collaboration mechanism for the national government, county government, and private sector partners in sustainable avocado waste management and fertilization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Maua. Chairman Park.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that the House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on its examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments, and agencies for the financial year 2022-2023, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 19th February 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport, Komingoi.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the National Aviation Policy, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 19th February 2026, and approve sessional paper number 6 of 2024 on the National Aviation Policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Special Funds Accounts Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 5th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the audited financial statement for the Commodities Fund for the financial year 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. Honorable, I have several. Can I continue to?
Yeah, continue.
Thank you, sir.
One by
Honorable
one.
Speaker. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 6th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the audited financial statement for the Stores and Services Fund for financial year 2020-2021, 2021-2022, and the Occupational Safety and Health Fund for the financial year 2020-2021 and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopt the 7th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the audited financial statement for the Land Settlement Fund for the financial year 2020-2021 and 2021-2022, and the Railway Development Fund holding accounts for the financial year 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2022, laid on the table of this House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 8th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the Street Families Rehabilitation Trust Fund for the financial year 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 7th December 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 10th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the audited financial statement for the Prisons Industries Revolving Fund and Prison Farm Revolving Fund for the financial year 2020-2021, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 14th August 2024. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopt the 11th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the Tourism Fund, on the Tourism Promotion Fund for the financial year 2020-2021, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 14th August 2024. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 12th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the report of the audited financial statement for the Agricultural Information Resource Center Revolving Fund for the year 2020-2021, 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 14th August 2024. And finally, Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 13th report of the Special Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited financial statement for the Agricultural Food Authority Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund and Veterinary Services Development Fund and Government Press Fund for the financial year 2020-2021 and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 14th August 2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Clerk, can we go to dispose of orders number 11, 12, number 10, 11, and 10 and 11. Call out 10 and 11.
Order number 8, procedural motion, extension of period for consideration of the 2026 budget policy statement.
Chairman, budget. Chairman, budget. Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 2327 relating to timelines for consideration of budget policy statement, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the 2026 budget policy statement by a period of 7 days from February 25th, 2026. Honorable Speaker, this is a procedural motion just to allow ourselves at least another 7 days to allow our departmental committees to be able to conclude with the work that they are currently doing in consideration of the budget policy statement. Now I want to request the Deputy Whip, Majority Whip, Honorable Naomi Wako to second. I beg to move and request Honorable Naomi Wako to second.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question at order number 8, which is that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 2327 relating to timelines for consideration of budget policy statement, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the 2026 budget policy statement by a period of 7 days from 25th February 2026. We put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 2327 relating to timelines for consideration of budget policy statement, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the 2026 budget policy statement by a period of 7 days from 25th February 2026. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, procedural motion, extension of period for consideration of the 2026 debt management strategy.
Majority Leader, is Sharia here?
No.
No, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, again I beg to move that notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order 232A4 relating to timelines for consideration of the debt management strategy, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the 2026 debt management strategy by a period of 7 days from 21st February 2026. Again, Honorable Speaker, just as I said with the BPS, a procedural motion just for extension of time to allow our departmental committees another 7 days to be able to conclude this business that has statutory timelines. We were to have just 14 days to finish with it. And I beg to move and request the Minority Whip to second.
Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question. Order at order number 9, which is that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 232A4 relating to timelines for consideration of debt management strategy, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the 2026 debt management strategy by a period of 7 days from 21st February 2026. We put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 232A4 relating to timelines for consideration of debt management strategy, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the 2026 debt management strategy by a period of 7 days from 21st February 2026. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, while on my feet, allow me to acknowledge the following institutions. In the Speaker's Gallery, we have Urafiki Karovana School from Ruiru in Kiambu. In the public gallery, we have Kisii University, I believe it's students. Kisii University from Nyaribari Chache in Kisii, and Nguviu Boys from Manyatta, Embu, and Birithia Girls from Othaya, Nyeri. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Go back to order number 2. Any member who normally wants to welcome students from their constituency must have the courtesy to consult with the Speaker in good time. Isn't that the practice? Yes. Do 10 and 11.
Order number 10, the National Cohesion and Integration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 74 of 2023, second reading, question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 10, which is that the National Cohesion and Integration Bill, National Assembly Bill number 74 of 2023, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to outlaw discrimination on ethnic grounds, provide for the establishment of an institutional framework for national cohesion and peace building, and to establish the National Cohesion and Integration Commission and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally between the national government and county government in the 2026-2027 financial year and for connected purposes. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order, members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, allow me to make the following communication in recognition of a retiring officer of this House, Mrs. Florence Atieno Abonyo. Honorable members, I wish to recognize and pay tribute to one of our distinguished members of staff, Mrs. Florence Atieno Abonyo, OGW, Director in charge of the Directorate of Audit, Appropriations, and General Purposes Committees of the House, who is retiring from public service. Mrs. Abonyo began her public service career on 19th July 1991 during the 6th Parliament when she was posted to Parliament as a third clerk assistant by the Public Service Commission. Those days, Parliament was a department under the office of the President, and parliamentary staff were employed, deployed, and transferred by the Public Service Commission. Between 1991 and 2012, she served both in committee operations and as a clerk at the table. During this period, she gained practical experience in parliamentary procedures and processes as well as in committee operations. Her dedication and commitment saw her rise through the ranks to become the Director of Committee Services. Honorable members, as a committee clerk, Ms. Abonyo served diligently in the following committees: Public Investments Committee, under the chairmanship of the late George Anyona, Honorable Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, and the late Mwangi Githiomi, and Departmental Committee on Finance, Planning, Tourism, and Trade, under the chairmanship of Honorable Simeon Mukala, the late Honorable Soita Shtanda, the Honorable Mutahi Kagwe, and later Honorable Chrysanthus Okemo. Departmental Committee on Agriculture, Lands, and Natural Resources, under the chairmanship of Honorable Franklin Bett, and the Select Committee on Equal Opportunity, under the chairmanship of Mohammed Abdi Afe. In October 2012, Ms. Abonyo was appointed the Pioneer Director of Committee Services in the National Assembly, where she played a central role in establishing the committee structures following the reintroduction of bicameralism in the Parliament of Kenya. Indeed, it was during this time that the inaugural vetting and approval hearings for cabinet secretaries and other state officers were conducted by committees with the respective secretariats under her overall guidance. She has also served as a member of the National Assembly Board of Management, where she has made contributions to the development of policy proposals that have informed key institutional decisions in the administration of Parliament. In addition, she served on the Parliamentary Service Commission Staff Disciplinary Committee and National Assembly Staff Training Committee, where her insights and experience enriched staff governance, discipline, and capacity building initiatives. Honorable members, her tenure in Parliament has seen her work alongside many prominent leaders in the country, including the late President Daniel Arap Moi, the late President Mwai Kibaki, the late Honorable Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, the former Prime Minister, the late Honorable Raila Odinga, the late Honorable Martin Shikuku, among others. In the same vein, she has served under 5 speakers of the National Assembly and 8 deputy speakers. The speakers under whom she has served are the Honorable Jonathan Ngeno, the Honorable Francis Ole Kaparo, the Honorable Kenneth Marende, the Honorable Justin Muturi, and yours truly. Indeed, in recognition of her stellar and distinguished, yours truly. Robert Mbui, are you the one asking? Are you the only stranger in Jerusalem? Indeed, in recognition of her stellar and distinguished services to Parliament and the nation, Ms. Abonyo was awarded the Order of the Grand Warrior, OGW, of Kenya by His Excellency the President in December 2023, again on recommendation by yours truly. Honorable members, Ms. Abonyo will officially leave the parliamentary service today, 19th February 2026, after 34.5 years of service, covering 8 parliaments from the 6th through to the 13th parliament. Today, being her last day in service as an officer of the House, her presence in the Speaker's procession as well as at the table carries profound parliamentary significance. Permit me to challenge you, Florence, to take the time to document your reflections on Parliament and your remarkable journey within the legislative environment. Your experience and insights will be an invaluable contribution to this House's institutional memory and an inspiration to those who will come after us. On behalf of the National Assembly and that of the Parliamentary Service Commission, and indeed on my own behalf, I wish to extend our profound gratitude to Ms. Abonyo for her dedicated and diligent service to Parliament. We wish her every success in her future endeavors, and may they be met with the same grace, purpose, and excellence that have distinguished her service to this House. Congratulations, Florence, and we wish you well. I've worked with Florence in many committees, and I can tell you there is not a single moment she offended any member, or she was admonished by any chairman, or she caused anybody to frown, or she molested any visitors to the committee. She has always acted with grace, distinction, and commitment to service. So this Parliament, as we see her off, will continue using your services as a resource person, as and when we have opportunities for you to do so. And we encourage you to remain a patriotic Kenyan, to remain committed to the service of your country, and we wish you well in your future. Honorable members, I'll now give an opportunity for a few of you for just 2 minutes each to speak to the distinguished career of Florence Abonyo, so that we can be able to, I'll dedicate 30 minutes to that, starting with the majority leader, then on the minority side, Millie, and we'll give a few of you. After the majority and minority senior leaders, Florence herself asked me to give 1 or 2 people whom she worked with in this parliament, Kamket, Nabulindo, I don't know if he's here, and Shakil. So let's start with majority leader. Yes. Majority leader, 2 minutes. Nearly 2 minutes, the rest 1 minute each.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me join you, Honorable Speaker, and the House, first in congratulating Florence for her many years and stellar years of service to Parliament, particularly the National Assembly, and to the people of Kenya by serving their elected representatives. Honorable Speaker, I had the opportunity also when I joined this House way back in 2013, and I was fortunate to deputize Honorable Kainan, the father of the House, as his vice chair of the Public Investments Committee, the then larger PIC. And Florence worked very closely with us.
Order members, order member for Nairobi.
Good opportunity to work with Florence when I worked as a vice chair of the Public Investment Committee in 2013. And indeed what you have said of Florence, that you have been working under you, and those who will join this House as members of staff in the future, Honorable Speaker, because if there is anything I know of Florence, I said I served with her in the Public Investments Committee. If you speak about integrity, Honorable Speaker, if you are looking for integrity in a member of staff, walk to Florence Abonyo and you know what integrity means. Because as you say, not just offending members or visitors or witnesses who appeared before committees, but also in the way you conduct yourself as a member of staff. We have had instances, Honorable Speaker, where members of staff approach witnesses at times for not very good things, even demanding favors here and there, Honorable Speaker. That has never been for the time close to 3 terms of Parliament that I have served with Florence in this House. And I want to encourage you and wish you all the best in all your future endeavors. As the Speaker has said, we look forward to seeing you as a resource person. We look forward to benefiting from your immense experience, and how I wish we had more time to learn from you, and especially for those who joined us this term, Honorable Speaker, because I still see, and Honorable Speaker, this week you just sent out the Honorable Kibagendi for things he said out of the House, Honorable Speaker. But I still see a number of us who are serving our first term saying very unpalatable things on TV. Last night, this morning, I saw a text, a clip forwarded to me of somebody who was saying on TV again that he forced something to be done in this House. And I was wondering, who are you to force anything to be done in this House? And I wish these first-time members can learn from officers, seasoned officers like Florence, because House procedures are there for all of us to learn. And I wish later I'll be speaking to you, Honorable Speaker, because it is a matter related to a bill that I have brought to this House, and I will not allow people to go disparaging this House, seeking to get cheap credit on national TV, claiming how you force people to do things. There's no one who is here to force. Let us all learn the procedures of the House in terms of how bills and motions move in this House, and learn from good officers like Florence. Florence, we wish you all the best in your life, in your future endeavors. We wish you long life, post your working life. You have done 35 years of great service to the nation. We wish you twofold of those 35 years of service to your family, good time with your children and your husband and your family. And we wish you all the best and good health in all the days of your life. And may the Almighty God bless you immensely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me join the House also to celebrate Florence Abonyo. Mr. Speaker, I've known Florence for a long time, and just like Caroli is saying that is a classmate, I'm very young, but she was actually my classmate at the university, and she was doing political science, and I was studying law. And I know Florence also within Parliament. She's been very diligent. She's been an excellent servant of this House. We served with her in the Equal Opportunities Committee, and we were stuck with her in Denmark when there was the Icelandic ash. And within that period when we were stuck with her, I saw an excellent officer of this Parliament. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this House will have lost a very good officer. Mr. Speaker, I wish there was a way in which we can infuse and impart some of the lessons from excellent officers like her, but I'm happy at least that on the 11th of December 2023, she was awarded by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Order of the Golden Warrior in recognition of stellar, distinguished, and outstanding 32 years of service rendered to Parliament and the nation. Mr. Speaker, if there is one service that is deserved, it is this. And I want to challenge even the other staff of Parliament that one time when you leave here, what will people say of you? There are some of us who don't flatter. If I thought you were doing nonsensical work, I will not stand here and praise you. But if you're doing excellent work, I will stand here and praise you. Like I know there are officers who are doing also very good work. I'm looking forward, and unfortunately some will not retire because they are younger. They will not retire in my time. But they are doing excellent work. And I hope we can keep that, because you are working with politicians and you have to make sure that regardless of what side a person is, whether they are in opposition or whether in government side, your business is to serve all members of Parliament equally. And you have done that very, very well. And I want to pray that even as you proceed, going on and doing excellent work out there, because I know you are too young. Some people were enjoying you yesterday and telling you look like you are only 45. Like, you know, I also look like I'm 30. Yeah, but do I say? You only look like you are 45. So you are not society. Otherwise, grace of the Lord. Yeah? Can you finish with me? Pardon? And the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you now and forevermore. Amen. I wanted to see if Honorable Ichungwa knows. Instead, he's telling me, Millie, you only look 25. Don't focus on my looks. Focus on blessing, Florence. May God bless you.
Come, Kate. Now the rest of the members, 1 minute each. Come, Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in celebrating Ms. Florence Abonyo. Personally, I've had the privilege of working with her as a colleague, and I want to attest to the fact that Florence, as has been described by yourself, Mr. Speaker, is a very, very diligent public servant. And moving forward, Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that in order to make use of such great minds and such great personalities, the Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training should be the place where such very valuable Kenyans can, having this knowledge of Parliament, can go and serve. The Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training is a good institution where we can make use of her immense knowledge of parliamentary knowledge activities. Mr. Speaker, looking at Florence, somebody was saying she's looking 25, but I think she actually looks 16. I mean, it's amazing how she has kept her body, and I want to challenge all the ladies in this house, please to consult her privately in Tamadi. Finally, Mr. Speaker, since she is now retired and before you determine whether she goes to CPST, I want to invite her, Florence, to join Ms. Millie in the two-term movement. Now that she's out of public service, she can join and campaign for His Excellency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to join my colleagues in honoring this great lady, Florence, and the clerk. In 2007, Mr. Speaker, I came to this house for the first time, and I was in the Finance Committee, a very powerful one. We had the former Minister of Finance, and we were a number of other people, and we, Honorable Kaloki and others, and it was a very difficult committee to handle. Madam Florence, as we used to call her, our prefect, was very articulate, very honest, very humble, very polite, and very loyal. I also continued with her in the committees of 2013 and 2013 and 2018. It's a 2022. I was not with her. She is one of my constituents, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we will take care of her when you come back home and build your house, and we will give you the honor and slaughter a couple of boozies for you so that the people in Kisumu East know that you are an honored member and a distinguished member who has served Parliament for 34 years.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, let me allow, for giving me the opportunity also to congratulate our senior staff, Honorable Speaker, whom I have known for 13 years. Mr. Speaker, when I joined this House 2013, Mr. Speaker, I was placed in a committee of Justice and Legal Affairs, which was headed by the Honorable Jepkonga. And even before the committee, Honorable Speaker, at the time of induction, that is the time I knew Florence. And Mr. Speaker, I can say Florence is a very dedicated officer. She served us well, Honorable Speaker, for the last 13 years I've been in this House. Mr. Speaker, I just want to wish her well as she retires. And Mr. Speaker, I want to support what the Honorable Kamketa said. That, Mr. Speaker, we have the likes of Florence, Mr. Speaker, who are very knowledgeable in parliamentary matters, Mr. Speaker. And if our Institute of Parliamentary Studies, Mr. Speaker, is ready, these are the officers, Mr. Speaker, whom they are supposed to be there, Mr. Speaker, so that we can still utilize their knowledge and their expertise on issues, Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, I just want to wish her well.
Makali Mulu. Stick to 1 minute so that we have many
I will actually go below a minute, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I've known Florence for many years. Actually, those who are saying she looks like 18, I can confirm. I saw her around when she was around 20 years because she was my classmate. We were in the same year in university. I got also to interact with her during the 10th Parliament. When I came here as a consultant to train the new parliamentary committees, we worked very closely. I can confirm to this House, Honorable Speaker, if there is an officer who is honest, it is Florence. If there is an officer who is committed to our work, it is Florence. As she retires, I wish her all the best. May the Almighty God provide you with sufficient grace. May you go now serve your family, serve Kenyans, and serve God. Amen. Go well.
Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I'd like to also join the rest of my colleagues in, first of all, thanking Director Florence Abonyo for the 34 years that she has served in Parliament, for her guidance. And Honorable Speaker, for some of us personally, Honorable Director Florence has been like my political mother in Parliament, giving us a lot of guidance, showing us the right way to do things, how to be leaders as chairs of Parliament. And the other day, Honorable Speaker, when in liaison committee, the Honorable Karoli mentioned that they actually were classmates with Director Florence. I was very shocked because Honorable Karoli has lost all his hair, but Florence still looks very young. So I just want to wish, Florence the very best, to have a lot of fun. This is the beginning of a new life, and it's a life where you have no rules now. So please go have fun, and we'll still be looking out to get a lot of guidance and mentorship from you.
1 minute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to join you in congratulating Madam Abonyo for the well-deserved retirement. In fact, I joined Honorable Mili and actually confirmed that I was shocked when I was told that she's retiring. For me, as a commissioner, I've always thought that she must be somewhere in the region of 45. I was shocked that she is heading to that age, which I don't want to mention. Mr. Speaker, Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change your world. Yes. Indeed, it's a testament what Madam Florence has done with education. It has not only changed our world, but it has also changed the world of Parliament. For those she has worked with. And I remember what Benjamin Franklin, one of the writers of the Constitution of the US, he said, Benjamin Franklin, he said, education pays the best interest. Mr. Speaker, what Madam Florence has earned, and when you see her, indeed, the interest that she has earned as a consequence of the education she attained in the university she attended, Mr. Speaker, is a testament of what education can do to a person. Mr. Speaker, the only sad thing that has left me when I was a commissioner, I just asked myself, why hasn't she applied for promotion to be even a deputy clerk, Mr. Speaker? You know, that is the only sad thing. We wanted to promote her, but she never applied. I even called her and told her.
That is her modesty.
Oh, yeah, I think so, Mr. Speaker. She allowed others. She allowed others. You know, she reads the Bible more than we do, Mr. Speaker, where Jesus said, be humble. And she literally was humble. Whenever someone has said, we want to apply, she allows others to apply. That is the humility that is in Florence. In fact, Mr. Speaker, while as a commissioner, we had situations. But she is one person who was very calm. You would not find her, you will not distract her by annoying her. I would walk her to her office.
Minute is over. Ochanda.
Mr. Speaker, I still have...
Your minute is over. Ochanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've known Florence for additional 5 years on top of the years that she's been serving in Parliament. That's on top of the 34, 35 years. I've also known her for additional 5 years. Her determination and resilience was witnessed when we were graduating as a pre-university NYS graduates. No, before we went to the university, we were going through NYS trainings. And when she finished this as a lady that time, I think it was a determination, a show of determination and resilience. Beyond that, Mr. Speaker, it's also important to appreciate not just Florence, but also the institution that has been an employer of Florence. Because serving in one institution for 34 years doesn't just mean anything. For me, for example, it's very difficult if our Florence are serving one institution for 34 years. It means that Parliament is a competitive employer that we really need to see when our staff are able to work through to the end. I want to wish Florence well, fare thee well, Flo. I want to believe that you still have some time to contribute to this nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think we must thank you first of all. Last year, you sent off the sergeant-at-arms in a most colorful ceremony. Today is Director Florence Obonyo. You know, Mr. Speaker, human beings want to be appreciated. And the more you appreciate them, the more they are likely to work hard. And when I see Florence Obonyo and the galaxy of ladies who work in Parliament, it is testament of, they are trailblazers in this house. They set apart and others walk along. I meet Florence Obonyo, she comes to a committee and she sits, but she will never talk. She pushes notes to the clerks. And indirectly, she's building others. Her stellar performance is also because of the way she carries herself. And I think we must thank you, and also as the Speaker of the House, celebrate you that this is the best way to send off officers so that others who follow on our path will also see that, yes, even this is the send-off I'm likely to get.
Thank you.
Finally, having OGW, it is normally not given. You earn it for working very hard. With those, I think Florence...
Rosa Buyu, your time is up. 1 minute is over.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Use your 1 minute diligently.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity to talk about Nya County. Nya County simply means the lady of the county. And in this case, the county is Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, the people who are going to be poorer for not having met...
Rogers called the coward of the county.
Mr. Speaker, the people who would be poorer for not having met Florence Abonyo are the first-timers in this parliament, the future first-timers in this parliament. Mr. Speaker, when I first met Florence in 2017, when I was a first-timer, she reached out to me when I was looking confused as to what committee I should request to be part of. And I'm sure she reached out to many first-timers too. And she would guide you to let you know what was actually involved in each committee. And, Mr. Speaker, the lady who's leaving us today is a lady who's nurtured many of us. We might not be as decent as she is, but she's tried to make us quite decent so that at least we can follow her path.
I didn't know that you know.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to thank Florence on behalf of the first-timers that she nurtures and she guides and she makes to feel comfortable in their legislative work in this parliament. As much as she's from our county, I'd also like to let her know that spread your wings. Yes. You've worked well here and Kenya is waiting for you. Thank you and may God bless you. Thank you.
Good. Wamumbi?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for according me this opportunity. Many of us may not have interacted with Director Florence, but following the praises she has received from colleagues, it tells that she is a good person. And Mr. Speaker, Director Florence joined service when I was only 4 years old. And we can all testify that God has given her grace. Looking at her, I was actually looking for the county member for Muranga to take lessons from Director Florence, so that when she'll be retiring, she'll be looking like a Director Florence. We wish you God's blessings. We wish you well in your future endeavors. We wish you... Yes, I was actually looking for the member for Muranga so that they can link up with the director to take lessons of what she has done to look all this good. We wish you God's blessings.
You should be the one telling the house where she is.
We wish you well, Director Florence, and may God bless you.
Member for Jomvu.
Okay, asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nachukua fursa hii pia kumpongeza Director Florence. Nikisema hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nilimjua kipindi changu cha kwanza mwaka 2013 ambapo alikuwa ndio clerk wetu wa regional integration na alituweza kutusimamia vizuri sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nasema mfano wa Director Florence ni mfano mzuri, na leo kila mmoja namwombea kila laheri. Na vile vile nataka kusema tusiwavunje nguvu wale ambao wako nyuma, kwa sababu wale ambao hawajaweza kuretire pia nao wanafanya kazi mzuri katika bunge hili la Kenya. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri sana kuona kuwa ujuzi na taaluma ya Director Florence, hata kama ameretire leo, lakini bunge bado linamhitaji at her own free time, ama kwa wakati wake unao kuwa na nafasi, anaweza kuja pia kuwashikilia wengine. Lakini kwa niaba yangu na niaba ya watu wangu wa Jomvu, ambapo nimeweza kuhudumu kwa vipindi vitatu, Mheshimiwa Spika, namuombea kila laheri katika maisha na endelee na maisha mazuri anapotoka hapa bunge. Asante sana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
let me take this opportunity to sincerely thank and congratulate Mama Florence for the good service she has offered to the Parliament of Kenya. I first met Florence when I came in 2017 during the induction. I again met her when I went to Public Accounts Committee in 2020. And all along, it has been a wonderful experience working with you. And Honorable Speaker, such gems, such good people only come from one university, the University of Nairobi. Go well and serve the people of Kenya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to laud the service that Director Florence Abonyo has given to this Parliament and the Republic of Kenya. And it is a testament, Honorable Speaker, that number one, meritocracy is always the best way to recognize talent, because given her experience, given her knowledge, Honorable Speaker, it has been able to manifest even in her service. Secondly is that we must continue to give the ladies of Kenya an opportunity to serve, because it seems they can do very much more, Honorable Speaker. Given the service we have seen, I am sure we are all convinced as men in this house that more ladies need position of influence, because they have shown that they have all that it takes in various positions. And lastly, I want to laud her. I have served with her in various committees for her dedication and, of course, by her love of this country and patriotism. We wish you all the best. And by the way, I didn't know that young people are retiring. You don't look like a person who is retiring. You need something else to serve in this nation so that your experience and your expertise can be of help to our country. Thank you very much.
Give Jen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to applaud Florence and congratulate her on her dedication of the service. I think in this house, other than the Speaker for now, I'm the one who worked with Florence the longest. I was with her in the 9th Parliament, in the absence of Wanjala, who was here in the 8th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I remember I was given a trip by the then Deputy Speaker, David Musila. We were given 3 ladies in the liaison committee because there was no woman chair in any of the committees. But in the places we were going, they needed to have women. So Amina Abdallah, myself, and Christine Mango were picked, and that is the time we were really asked by Director Florence. I started, she's kind, she's nice. She also knows how to balance her time, because she's such a serious workout person. She really works out, and that's why she looks so young. Florence, I have worked with you. I loved you. You are a teacher to most of us in the procedures of this Parliament. So may you go well. May God take care of you and your family. And I hope a chance comes that you'll be able to serve this country even more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to join you and the House in congratulating Madam Florence. I worked with Florence for now about 8 years. And I remember very well when I came to Parliament in 2017, I was in Justice and Legal Affairs Committee and delegated. And she would actually visit us from time to time, especially to guide us on how to do our work. The 3 A's that apply to excellent employees apply to her. That is affability, amiability, and availability. A very affable lady, amiable in that she actually loves everybody, wears a smile. Whenever you approach her for anything, she emulates you, Mr. Speaker. Hardly do I see you frowning your face when we come to you. Hardly can you see Florence frowning. All the time you're smiling as you serve people. We must emulate Florence and the Honorable Speaker, even when we're dealing with the difficult cases in the constituencies, with all these difficult voters who sometimes try to irritate us. We must also emulate wear a smile, give them the best of the service so that they also feel contented, as we have always felt when we are with Florence, when we are doing committee work and the rest of the work. Thank you very much, Florence. May God bless you. Go well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to wish and bid farewell to Florence Atenyo Abonyo, OGW. I'm honored to share the same commendation as you. Honorable Speaker, when I think of Florence from the time I met her in 2017 to now, I feel that she could have gone higher and higher and higher. In her performance, she was excellent. But what went against her in rising to the highest office in that department was tribe and gender. But she took her strides and worked diligently to serve the parliament that she was appointed to serve. She actually, when she sent us a message, because I'm serving in the Public Investment Committee commercial, when she sent a message, she says, it has been a privilege serving. Florence, I want to say to you, I know that you had what it took to actually rise to clerk of the National Assembly. But that did not happen because at the time, you were probably not the right tribe. At the time, you were probably not the right gender. But you served us well, and we commend you and we celebrate you as a woman of service. And the privilege that we had been served by you, we celebrate. I wish you well, and I want you to know that God had a plan and a purpose for you, and you served it well. And we wish you well with your family. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, when Florence joined in 1992, just to think about the years that she served. In 1992 was the election with Jaramogi Odinga, with Moi Kibaki, and Daniel Arap Moi. I mean, at the time when she joined Parliament, and Kenneth Matiba. So just think, from that time to today where we have William Samoei Ruto, we're still fighting with the challenges of tribalism. And we need to break that. And it is us, the onus is on us as National Assembly to unite this country so that a woman like Florence, who had everything that it took, could not have missed an opportunity to be the clerk of the National Assembly just because she was Luo and just because she was a woman. Florence, I wish you well. I celebrate you. God give you the best life forward. Thank you.
Farah Maalim, half a minute.
Mr. Speaker, me and you remember Madam Abonyo in 1992 when we came to Parliament. Very young, one of the most beautiful young Kenyan ladies I had seen that time. And strange enough, she's kept that shape all through. I don't know what's the secret. I keep asking her every time I run into her, what's the secret? And she doesn't tell me the secret. She is a fantastic lady. She is a super professional. And I am sure wherever she's going to go, because nobody will believe that she's 60 years old, she'll be able to do something even more.
Thank you.
With her, old age. We wish you all the best. We love you so much. We would have loved you to stay a few more years with us, but be that as it may, this is how the things happen. I wanted to retire with you, which is 5 years from now, but too bad.
Faith Gitau.
I'm younger than you.
Faith Gitau.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Commissioner Faith Gitau is the chair of the Commission Committee on Staff Welfare.
Thank you very much. And as a chairperson, Staff Welfare, I have interacted on many occasions with Florence, and I can confidently say that Florence is an exemplar of excellence. In the discharge of her duties, she has clearly demonstrated keen knowledge, efficiency, and profound administrative skills. She has also demonstrated to younger women that it is possible to shatter glass ceilings through courage and strong willpower. Kudos, Madam Florence. You have served with honor. Today, we honor you. May the Lord go with you. May the Lord bless you and give you favor, and may he surround you with his presence. Congrats.
Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. Mama Dago, take your seat. Oundo, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, thank you for all those kind words about Florence Abonyo. I can tell you as a house that in the early 90s, we traveled with Florence Abonyo and several members to Chile in South America. And in our delegation was a young officer who had a bad habit of consuming huge doses of alcohol. And he consumed alcohol and became even a nuisance to the trip. When we came back, Florence called the young man and called me and told him, I want to talk to you as a lady. Stop consuming alcohol or alcohol will consume you. The boy didn't stop. He was eventually sacked and he consumed alcohol until it killed him. So Florence is a mother with motherly instincts, motherly advice. In the last parliament, when the government became vindictive against some members of staff, Florence was singled out maliciously as having leaked information to people who didn't deserve that information. It was all false. Yours truly gave her pro bono legal services. And I scared away those who were tormenting her, and she continued working until today she's retiring. Honorable members, in honor of Florence Abonyo, I want to ask you to be upstanding. She will take a procession escorted by our members of staff who are here. When she gets to the door, you can go ahead and clap for her.
Yes.
Honorable members, order. Thank you, Rosa. Honorable members, may many of you serving in this house, privileged to serve in this house, even if you are not members of staff, pick a leaf from Florence Abonyo. It matters humility, matters dedication, matters respect, and matters commitment to this institution of parliament and to the country. And just serve and serve without expecting rewards. Thank you. Honorable members, before we go to the next order, allow me to recognize in the Speaker's Gallery, Kamacharia Girls High School from Madhyoya, Murang'a, and in the public gallery, Tembo Girls High School from Sotik, Bomet. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we now go to statement. Umulkhair Harun.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding abductions of a resident in Hulugo Sub-County, Garissa County. Honorable Speaker, on the afternoon of 6 February 2026, two men, Mr. Sambur Abdullahi Olo, a 75-year-old resident, and Mr. Mohammed Yaro, were allegedly abducted from their locality by individuals using two motor vehicles, Toyota Hilux make, one black and one white. The white vehicle reportedly bore registration number KCR 8R, while the registration for the other vehicle is yet to be established. Mr. Sambur was forcibly taken from his compound, prompting his family to pursue the vehicles and successfully rescue him. However, Mr. Mohammed Yaro, who is believed to have been put in the second vehicle, remains missing to date. His continued disappearance has caused immense anguish to his family and the community and raises grave constitutional and human rights concerns. It is unclear whether the two victims were apprehended by security personnel or a criminal group. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following: the whereabouts and status of Mr. Mohammed Yaro, including an indication of whether he is in the custody of any state agency and the actions being taken to secure his immediate release, findings of investigations into the events of 6 February 2026, including the ownership of motor vehicle, registration numbers indicated, whether the said vehicle is associated with any security agency and any disciplinary or criminal actions taken against those found culpable, and safeguards in place to prevent abductions, arbitrary arrests, enforced disappearances, and the impersonation of security personnel. Mr. Speaker, this adds on to the other statements I'd raised earlier with regards to Mohammed Yale and other 4 young men who are also missing from Garissa and are yet to be returned, and the ministry has not provided any sufficient response. Thank you.
Chairperson for which committee? Yes, yes, Chairperson, Internal Security.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll attempt to respond in 2 weeks' time. And Honorable Speaker, in regards to what the member had alluded of several other unresponded statements, Honorable Speaker, majority of them had elapsed at the end of the 4th session. But as our procedures and standing orders, if the person has not been found, she can as well do the same statement again. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The next statement requested by the Honorable Walter Owino.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a request for statement regarding delayed settlement of dues owed by Sony Sugar Company. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock regarding the prolonged non-settlement of arrears owed to sugarcane farmers, sugar factory workers, and other service providers by Sony Sugar Company. Honorable Speaker, in May 2025, the government finalized the leasing of 5 state-owned sugar factories. By then, Sony Sugar Company had accumulated unpaid salaries, gratuities, pension contributions, leave allowances, and other lawful monetary entitlements owed to workers. Additionally, the company owed sugarcane farmers, cane transporters, and suppliers who had delivered goods and services. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development undertook to settle all outstanding accrued arrears as at the lease handover date by July 2025. Honorable Speaker, despite the undertaking, the farmers, suppliers, and employees who lost their jobs after the restructuring by the private investor are yet to be paid. They have persistently followed up with the relevant authorities, but neither have their dues been settled nor clear settlement plan and timeline for payment of their dues provided. This situation has continued to erode confidence in the sugar sector reforms and subjected livelihoods that relied on the sugarcane value chain to severe economic distress, including inability to meet basic needs, service loans, pay school fees, and access medical care. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock on the following. 1. Reasons for the failure by the ministry to settle arrears owed to workers, farmers, and suppliers to Sony Sugar Company by July 2025 as earlier indicated. 2. The total amount owed to workers and farmers, indicating the number of persons affected following the restructuring of Sony Sugar Company by the private investor, and amount due to each. And 3, the measures by the ministry specifying the budgetary provisions made to ensure immediate settlement of all pending arrears and their timeline for payment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and allow me to join my brother, Honorable Walter Wino of Awendo. This matter is not unique to Sony Sugar. It actually cuts across all the 4 government-owned sugar companies. Madam Speaker, last May 2025, on the 19th to be specific, there was gazettement of new leases to the sugar companies, Honorable Speaker. And it had been promised that before the new investors came into office, the government of Kenya was to pay all the pending dues to workers and to farmers alike, Honorable Speaker. Of course, on top of that, are onward sales of sugar that had not been settled, Honorable Speaker. There are people who paid for sugar to be delivered. That transaction occurred, and people lost money. And these are liabilities now accruing to these sugar companies, Madam Speaker. So even as the Agriculture Committee will be sitting down to look in depth into these issues around sugar and sugar companies, it is important to make sure that we collate all the outstanding dues to workers in all these sugar companies together with all the farmers, Honorable Speaker. If we do not do this, there are many people, 70% in number, who were actually offloaded from the former companies by the new investors, Madam Speaker. These people cannot take their children to school. They cannot attend to their sick in various hospitals. Some have actually died as a result of frustrations, Madam Speaker. So this is a matter that we need to expedite, get deep into the bottom of it, so that we can have this matter resolved once and for all, Madam Speaker. And I thank you for the opportunity.
Chairperson, Agriculture and Livestock.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sugar issues are burning at the moment, and we have had a lot of issues surrounding the payments. So I believe in 2 weeks' time we can give the statement. We've just been having an engagement with the State Department, and about a third of the time has been spent on discussing sugar issues. So I'm sure the ministry is alert on the issues, and they'll give us a good report in 2 weeks.
Thank you. 2 weeks. Okay, next statement by the Honorable John Gakusha, member for Mukurueni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
You change places. Okay.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the non-grading of the Kenya Sign Language in the 2025 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education Examination, KCSE. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Sign Language, KSL, was offered and administered as a subject to students without hearing impairment, who are more than 12,000 candidates in the 2025 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, KCSE, examinations. However, Despite examining the non-deaf candidates, whom would refer as the students without hearing impairment in the subject, the Kenya National Examination Council, NEC, excluded KSL grades in computing their final grades. This academically disadvantaged the students in the computation of aggregate grades, causing them to miss the minimum university entry grade. Honorable Speaker, the consideration of Kenya Sign Language in the final grading of students without hearing impairment in the 2024 examinations created a legitimate expectation among candidates, parents, and educational institutions that a similar approach would be applied in the 2025 examination cycle. Notably, neither the Ministry of Education nor NEC issued any circular, policy guideline, or official communication to the effect that grading of the Kenya Sign Language would be restricted to learners with hearing impairment. Despite the absence of such communication, NEC proceeded to register candidates without hearing impairment for the subject, allowed them to sit the examination, marked the scripts, and thereafter declined to consider the results. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1. The justification for exclusion of Kenya Sign Language from final grading for non-deaf candidates in the 2025 examinations, despite the subject having been graded in 2024. Number 2, reasons why the Ministry of Education and NEC failed to issue any circular or communication on a change in the status of Kenya Sign Language as an examinable elective subject for candidates without hearing impairment, yet proceeded to register, examine, and mark their scripts. And 3, immediate corrective measure that the ministry intends to take to remedy the apparent procedural lapse to protect the academic outcomes and ensure equal treatment of the approximately 12,000 candidates affected nationwide. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson, Education Committee. As usual, it's not there. Chairperson, Majority Leader, you want to hold brief?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I will relay that to the Chairperson Education, Honorable Meli. He was here, I don't know where he has stepped out to.
Okay.
At least the Chair Education is
But
seen
do you
in the House.
undertake on his behalf?
Maybe
2 weeks?
give us 2 weeks, Honorable Kagushia. 2 weeks. Where is Kagushia?
Kagusha has crossed the floor. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Embakasi West, Honorable Mark Mwenje.
Thank you. Apologies, Honorable Speaker, to retrieve my statement. Thank you. This is a request for a statement regarding alleged grabbing of a public utility land in Umoja and Embakasi West constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands regarding the alleged grabbing of a public utility land in Umoja and Embakasi West constituency. Honorable Speaker, the parcel of land LR number Nairobi block 109-2380, situated along Moi Drive in Umoja area and Embakasi West constituency, was originally designated as a public utility intended for the benefit of residents. Despite the need for essential facilities, including provision of a bus terminus to serve public service vehicles operating along the area, the land has allegedly been illegally occupied by a private individual. This alleged encroachment has raised concern amongst residents who rely on the facility for essential social services. Such encroachment, if not forestalled, could undermine public confidence in land administration and deny communities access to essential services. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands on the following. 1, a report on the current ownership status Ovela number Nairobi block 109/2380, situated along Moi Drive in Umoja area, Embakasi West constituency, including details of any allocation or change of user that may have been undertaken and the legality of such allocations or changes, the steps being taken to investigate the alleged land grabbing and restore the land to its intended public purpose. 3, the immediate measures being taken to ensure that the residents regain access to the land for its intended public benefit. And 4, the long-term measures in place to safeguard public utility lands from encroachment or misuse. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. Lands Committee. Majority Leader, it seems the Chairperson for the Lands Committee is not here. You can hold their brief and give an undertaking on their behalf.
Honorable Speaker, the Chair Lands Committee, I have not seen him today, and the Vice Chair, but I will relay this to them and probably ask the Honorable Mwanje to give us another week or 2. This is in Nairobi. A week should be sufficient. 2 weeks. 2 weeks, okay.
Okay, thank you. The next is member for Loima, Honorable Prontos Akuja. Give him the mic. Can you see where he is? Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to request for a statement regarding lack of National Transport and Safety Authority services in Turkana County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the unavailability of services by the National Transport Safety Authority in Turkana County. Honorable Speaker, the NTSA is established under the National Transport and Safety Authority Act, Cap 404, and its mandate is to regulate transport, safety, register license, monitor vehicles, conduct inspections and certification, regulate public service vehicles, and administer driver testing and licensing, among other critical functions. In furtherance of this mandate, the authority has established branches and county offices across the county to enhance provision of services. However, despite Turkana County being the largest county by land mass, covering an estimated 77,000 square kilometers, it does not have a functional NTSA branch. Due to this, Honorable Speaker, residents are forced to travel long distances, often to Eldoret town in Uasin Gishu County, to access essential services such as driving tests, insurance and collection of logbooks and number plates, motor vehicle inspections, and other services. This imposes significant financial and logistical burden on residents, including transport costs and other related expenses. These circumstances undermine the constitutional principles set out under Article 232(1)(c) of the Constitution, which requires public service to be provided promptly, effectively, and equitable to all citizens. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1, the immediate plans by the Ministry of Roads and Transport to provide NTSA services in Turkana County, including specific timelines. Number 2, the long-term measures by the Ministry to ensure equitable decentralization of NTSA services to underserved counties such as Turkana County across the country. And this will ensure that all of us reach Singapore at the same time with other Kenyans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Transport and Infrastructure. Okay.
Honorable Speaker, on this one, I think Buddy Twalib can speak, but probably you should direct the clerk to write to the Chair Transport Committee and the Vice Chair to inform them that the House resumed business on the 10th of February and this is the second week, because they are never here. The chair and the vice chair transport committee are never here. Since we opened, I have never seen them, set my eyes on them. Maybe you can direct the clerk to write to them, to inform them. Maybe it's keep their diaries. You know, they are very busy people. And inform them that the house resumed on Tuesday last week, 10th of February.
Thank you. Okay.
But there's a member maybe
that
who
has
can...
been noted and shall inform the committee.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to assure the member for Loima that in the next 2 weeks' time, you will get the response. Thank you.
I think we have at least Honorable Twalib has committed on behalf of the committee. We shall hold you to it. The next, we have a statement by the Honorable Lomboko. Milema.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Is a request for a statement regarding the payment of monies to teachers by the Kenya National Examination Council. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing 44(2)(c), I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the delay in payment of monies to teachers and other examination personnel by the Kenya National Examination Council. Honorable Speaker, in October 2025, the Kenya National Examination Council, NEC, engaged approximately 30,000 examiners for the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, KCSE, and 15,000 teachers as examiners for the Kenya Junior Secondary Education Assessment, KJSEA. The said teachers dedicated their time and rendered critical national service, often working under demanding conditions and away from their families. Regrettably, the Council is yet to disperse approximately 2.7 billion owed to the teachers as remuneration for their services. Further payments due to supervisors, invigilators, center managers, and marking centers also remain outstanding. These delays reflect a recurring pattern that adversely affects educators, disrupts their livelihood, and undermines morale within the education sector, while also raising concerns about the sustainability and integrity of the national examination process. It is imperative that the Kenya National Examination Council upholds fair labor practices and promptly fulfills its financial obligations to examination personnel, whose professional commitment should not be met with prolonged financial hardship. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. Number one, the reasons for the delay in disbursement of funds to teachers who served as examiners for the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education exams and the Kenya Junior Secondary Education assessments in October 2025. Two, the expected timeline for the full disbursement of the outstanding payments to all affected personnel. And three, measures being put in place to prevent recurrence of such a delay in future examination cycles, including timely budgeting and establishment of a clear payment timelines to ensure prompt remuneration of examination personnel. Honorable Speaker, you recall that even invigilators, supervisors, center managers, and all other staff involved in these examinations in October 2025 are yet to be paid. And this has caused a lot of pressure and unhappiness in the sector. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I think that's also for the Committee on Education. Yes. Give Majority Leader the mic.
Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Mboko says, in a week, I'll relay that to the Chair Education.
Okay.
And good thing Mwalimu is a member of the same committee. Since when? You left? Oh, yes. He's no longer a member.
Because you would have patent bias.
But he has deep interest in that committee.
Yeah, because you have the patent bias, so you can't be a member of the committee. I think next is Majority Leader. You have your usual statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions.
There is a point of order, Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity for this point of order. Last week on Tuesday, the 11th of February 2026, I requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations regarding 2 Kenyans who were reportedly coerced into the military service of the Federal Republic of Russia. One Justice Ombati Mayenda is said to have been injured. One Justice Mayenda Ombati is said to have been injured while at war, fighting for Russia. He's in hospital. Mr. Clinton Nyapara Mogesa is said to have died at war, fighting for Russia. And the families are suffering. The families are worried how they can get the body of Nyapara back here and Mr. Ombati back here in Kenya. The Speaker ordered that the chairman brings the statement today. I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, I haven't seen the chairman around. I don't know when the statement is going to be laid in the House. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think, Honorable Member, there was a report on Russia yesterday by Majority Leader. I don't know, unless yours, the factors are distinct from what the Majority Leader reported. Maybe Majority Leader explain? Okay, maybe you can explain.
Honorable Speaker, it looks like Honorable Nchoke has a specific one because I saw him raising his hand. But on the Russian matter, I did give the statement as was directed by the Speaker last week, yesterday afternoon. And it covers many of those instances, and I remember in that report, there are 39 Kenyans who are hospitalized in Russia, quite a number of others who are maimed. One was reported dead. And Honorable Nchoke, maybe you could have a look at that in the table office, or I can give you a copy in my office to have a look and see if it addresses the particular case you're asking for.
I think, Honorable Nchoke, would you like to clarify, just so that we know if yours is different from what was reported by the Majority Leader?
Yes.
Then Majority Leader can take note of it. But if it's similar, then I think you're free to go to the office of the Majority Leader to look at the report if it was comprehensive enough.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've gone through the report that was laid here yesterday by Honorable Ichungwa from the NIS and from the National Police Service. It's a good report, but it's generally a very generic general report. But my statement sought the 2 cases. A statement of 2 cases for Clinton Nyapara, who is reported dead in Russia, and Justice Ombati, who is said to be in hospital, also in Russia. Very, very specific, Madam Speaker. And neither of those 2 names are covered in the report that the Honorable Ichungwa laid before the House yesterday. I've gone through the reports.
What direction would you give him, Majority Leader?
Maybe we'll ask the chair security to check for the specific details. But I strongly believe, like the person he speaks about who is reported to be dead is among those who are reported. The 39 who are in hospital could be among those who are there. But also for us to understand that this is a war zone. There is nothing much that the embassy in Moscow will do to get access to those people in the war zone. And therefore, even the flow of information is not as quick as we would expect. It's not Kenyatta National Hospital, Honorable Speaker, or another hospital within our jurisdiction, but I will relay that to the chair security to see if he can fish out any specific information on those 2 particular cases.
But also, Majority Leader, since the DCI is seized of the matter, maybe you can report the names to DCI so that it can become part of their investigation, which is ongoing. Because they actually cited that there is ongoing investigations still. Is that satisfactory? Honorable Njoke, one last shot.
In my view, Madam Speaker, I don't in any way to, I understand you, but you can appreciate the limitation of DCI or DCIO, whether it can go all the way to Russia to do the investigations. But probably should be the embassy, our embassy in Russia that can help us if the two cases happened and are in Russia. I thank you.
The two reports that came to Parliament yesterday was from NIS and DCI, and they do work with our embassies. Yes, they use the embassies, and they will normally have security attachés at the embassies. So they would still use, we don't have to be specific on the way they conduct their investigation. Once you tell them to conduct the investigations, they use all the channels that are available. I think we are done now, isn't it? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 17 February 2026 to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, let me appreciate honorable members for settling down fast and enabling the House to embark on transaction of business of the House in earnest. Indeed, in just 1 week, the House has already concluded the second reading of 5 bills and is scheduled to vote on the second reading of the 6th bill, which we already did, Honorable Speaker, earlier this afternoon. Additionally, the House has so far passed 3 substantive motions, including the motion on the on the appointment of the Director General of the Financial Reporting Center and the petition on regulation of TikTok in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this progress is a sign that the House is already on the right trajectory for achieving optimal performance this session. Honorable Speaker, with regards to business scheduled for next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at various stages, some of which are listed in today's order paper. Committee of the Whole House on the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill of 2025. 2 is second reading of the following bills, should they not be concluded today. 1, the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Amendment Bill 2025. 2, the National Infrastructure Fund Bill 2026. And 3, the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2023. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will be undertaken on the following motions. 1 is a 7th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board for the financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022. 2 is the 8th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund for the financial years 2016, 2017 to 2021-2022. 3 is a report on the audited accounts for the Judiciary Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2011-2012 to 2021-2022. 4 is a 9th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Constituency Development Fund for constituencies in Nakuru County for the financial years 2013-2014 to 2021-2022. And 5, consideration of the report of the delegation to the 150th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union. The House will also prioritize consideration of the following motions for which the relevant committees are expected to submit their respective reports next week. 1, consideration of a nominee for appointment as a permanent representative of UNEP, United Nations Environment Program. 2, consideration of a nominee for appointment as a chairperson of the Public Service Commission. 3, session of paper number 3 of 2025 on the partial divestiture in Safaricom PLC by the Government of Kenya. And 4, session of paper number 6 of 2024 on the National Aviation Policy. Further, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee noted that various bills that were referred to mediation committees are yet to be concluded. Instructively, Article 113 of the Constitution requires a mediation committee on a bill to undertake the mediation process within 30 days. I want to urge our members representing the National Assembly in the respective mediation committees to take note of the constitutional provisions and engage the Senate, our Senate counterparts with a view to prioritizing pending mediation processes on bills. Honorable Speaker, with respect to the appearance of Cabinet Secretaries to answer questions from members, I wish to restate that question time will be resumed at an appropriate time after concluding the budget process. However, as members may recall, yesterday the House adjourned its business to discuss a matter of urgent national importance regarding the drought situation in northern Kenya, following which I undertook to invite the relevant Cabinet Secretary to address the matter. In this exceptional regard, I wish to convey that in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A5 and 6, the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Human Capital Development and Special Programs, will appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 25th February 2026, to respond to question number 002 of 2026 by the member for Wajir West, the Honorable Yusuf Farah, MP, regarding the current drought situation in Turkana, Marsabit, Mandera, Wajir, Garissa, Isiolo, and Samburu counties. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee shall reconvene again on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, to schedule business for the rest of that week. And I wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. And thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, if you could indulge me, the reason why we go through this statement every week is to appraise members on the business that is likely to, subject to the meeting of next week, Tuesday, of the House Business Committee, what is likely to appear before the House next week. And I say this, Honorable Speaker, because a number of committee chairs are absent when their reports are on the floor. And we did indicate last week as we began, we will prioritize a number of committee reports, a number of private members' bills and motions, so that they do not lapse at the end of this session. So I really want to urge all our chairs, if you are not there to move or process your business, please make sure your vice chair is available. If your vice chair is not there, one of the other 13 members of your committee can do that work on your behalf, so that we do not derail any work of the House because we do not have a chair. And I think from next week, we have indulged one committee this week whose business, the Honorable Chepkonga was called in for a meeting yesterday, abruptly just before his business, and we indulged him, so his business has been rescheduled. But from next week, if we skip your business, that's it. We will not come back to it. To Honorable Speaker, I have alluded to the fact that we will be considering the National Infrastructure Fund Bill of 2026 and also the partial divestiture of in Safaricom by the government of Kenya, the session of paper number 3 of 2025. And I did mention earlier, Honorable Speaker, I got a clip this morning when the member for Suba North, Millis is Suba South, isn't it? So, Suba South, the Honorable Karoli Omondi was saying on TV that he forced them, I don't know who are them, to introduce this bill, the National Infrastructure Bill. You know, Honorable Speaker, I am the sponsor of this bill. And the Honorable Karoli Omondi has no capacity to force me to do anything. Zero capacity. 2, he just does not understand the processes, and he's a person I was alluding to when I said we must take time when you are new in this House to learn the processes. By the time a bill is introduced here, it has gone through many other processes. This bill was considered in Cabinet last year at the end of November or early December. Cabinet, the last Cabinet meeting, or the second last Cabinet meeting last year in December, announced, or if you read the communique they gave, they say they are going to establish a national infrastructure fund and a sovereign wealth fund.
And the president raised it in his State of the Nation address.
Ahead of that,
yes,
the president had spoken to it. Then went to cabinet, processed the bills in cabinet. They were sent to this House last year. And we processed those bills, they were ready. I remember in December myself, while speaking to the media, NTV, because I am a respecter of House rules and procedures, and I never wanted to anticipate debate. Ibrahim Karanja of NTV asked me that particular question. Why are you not establishing a law? And I told him, Parliament is still sitting. And who tells you when Parliament resumes, there will be no law? Because I knew the bill was already in the House. That bill matured by the time we had we resumed. It was published and is already undergoing public participation. Therefore, for a first-time member to want to look intelligent or brave and say that I forced them to introduce a national infrastructure bill, you know, it's very embarrassing. And I said, I must take it up on, and I wish Honorable Karoli Omondi was here, because you shall not use this House to go and do cheap politics on national TV or on TikTok. If you are looking for bites to do on TikTok, please look for other things, but not, especially business that I am sponsoring.
Honorable Mboko,
Because I take my work very seriously.
Is a point of order? Yes.
I have a lot of
Is it
respect
a
for
point
the
of
leader, and
information
I
or
know
point of
he's
order?
executing his work. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the leader that, you know, the young members of parliament must also look for some easy, cheap credit outside there. And publicity for bonga points. And when one of them pick something from you and pretend it's his own, I want to ask you and beg you that you just treat them with a little bit of kindness, because they must also survive. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You know, Honorable
So you
Speaker.
have concurred with the majority leader.
You know, Honorable Speaker, I take Honorable Mboko's advice, but he speaks about a young member of parliament. This member is not young, and he doesn't look young at all. But he's a first-time member of parliament who should take time to learn the processes and procedures in the house. Because you can't say that you are forcing the house or them. I don't know who are them, because the clip I got, he said them, that I forced them to introduce the National Infrastructure Bill. I only say that, Honorable Mboko, because I will allow Honorable Chepkonga to inform me, but just to respond to Honorable Mboko, I was saying I only raised it because it may look like it is Honorable Karoli Omondi that forced me to introduce this bill. If Karoli reads the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, on page 10 of that manifesto, it says we shall establish a national infrastructure fund. Karoli had not even read the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. So he cannot go to claim credit for what he has no idea of. He should just be patient, wait for the bill to come here. If he has anything substantive to say or input to give to improve the bill, improve. If he has nothing, please don't use this house, and that was the point I was raising, Honorable Speaker, when the substantive speaker was there. Don't use business in this house to go and do your cheap politics out there, please. And I said it yesterday, Honorable Speaker, let us be kind enough to ourselves, because it is the house we portray badly out there. When you go and say those things you are saying on TV because you want to look intelligent or sound intelligent. You may sound but not look, or you may not be intelligent by sounding intelligent. Honorable Speaker, let me allow Chepkonga to inform me as I finish.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, you know, I listened to Honorable Karoli Omondi. He's a good friend of mine. Unfortunately, as the majority leader has just said, he completely went off tangent. In fact, I just wanted to inform the majority leader that, in fact, one of the things that he claimed, that he financed the ODM to the tune of over 300 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Honorable Karoli Omondi, does he look like 300 million shillings? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I have even invited him to come for a fundraising in my constituency, but he has refused a number of times. I was shocked to hear, and so I'm wondering why Honorable Milemba is sympathizing with a person who has a lot of money. He does not require. In fact, Madam Speaker, he said that he donated to ODM, and you know I was in ODM. He donated to ODM Chungwa House. You know, Madam Speaker, for you to donate Chungwa House, you require to be sympathized with. And in fact, Madam Speaker, I want to inform the majority leader that he said that he's no longer a member of ODM. He wants to form his party. So I don't know, he was speaking in what capacity, as against our good Senator Eddie Okech, who spoke a lot of sense. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Okay, last point of order, Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But I think the honorable member is misleading the House. Honorable Karoli didn't talk about 300 million. He said he supported ODM to the tune of 700 million. So when you are saying you need to be saying correct things, Madam Speaker. Honorable Karoli, as you say, is called Dangote because he's very well mannered. Madam Speaker, you know us as Subas. We are Subas, we are a minority. So even when a minority takes on the majority leader, just be kind to him. As we are minorities, and as minority, we are proud of our few minorities. So I would request you next time, especially because Karoli, as you rightfully say, he may not be young, but he's a first timer. So please bring a substantive motion next time, so that he also gets time to respond to you. I think that is a better rule of debate, because it would be nice for him to learn from you as you debate, as you raise points of orders against him and he responds, so that even when you raise 300, he can also tell us the source of 700. I also want to be also rich like Karoli. Yes, a majority.
Honorable Speaker, you know, it is true the Honorable Karoli Omondi is a Suba, from Suba North, like Mili. Suba South and Mili is from Suba North. And the indomitable Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, Honorable John Buddy, is a penultimate Suba from Suba South. Honorable Speaker, you know, Mili is a minority whip. I saw in that clip also the member claiming that he is being removed from a committee. And Mili, who is his neighbor, is a whip. And I want to state here, because I am the chair of the selections committee, the minority whip has not proposed anybody's removal from any committee. So don't go seeking cheap publicity out there. But if, and the Honorable Karoli Omondi, I have engaged with him, he knows he's chairing a committee that he should not be chairing. And therefore, let me just say it here. He will leave the chairmanship of that committee, because that committee must be chaired by the majority side. And he knows it. I have engaged with him, and I advised him on what to do. Then he goes on national TV to say, oh, I am being removed, trying to portray now that probably is Honorable Mili or the minority leadership that is removing him. I want to state he will leave the seat of the chairmanship of the CIOC committee, because he was not to chair that committee. It is a majority side committee. And we are a house that respects political parties. We have a working arrangement under the broad-based government with ODM. That is why Professor Nyikal, Dr. Nyikal, is the chair of our health committee. That is why the Honorable Fatuma, who is a very diligent chair, you see how much business she had this afternoon and how efficiently she was able to give all those notices. And she will sit here throughout the afternoon sitting to see if any of her business will be arrived at. Now, a member who never sits here, only sits here for 2 minutes, then runs off to a TV station to say, oh, I am being removed from a committee. Oh, I have 700 million shillings to donate. I donated 1,000. You donate whatever you want to donate to your political party. But don't disparage the work of the House. That was my point, Honorable Speaker. And I have nothing against the Honorable Karoli Omondi. It is just my simple advice to the not so young members and the young members who are serving their first term. Take your time to learn the processes, because you cannot force anybody to introduce a bill here, even a private member's bill. Honorable Undo has been here. He has introduced very many bills. This member for 3 years has not introduced anything. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. And before we proceed, I'd like to recognize the Nyandarua National Polytechnic from Oljoro Orok constituency in Nyandarua County, who are seated in the public gallery. And on behalf of the substantive speaker, myself, and the entire National Assembly, you're welcome to Parliament, and I hope that you shall benefit from the deliberations. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole House.
Great honorable members, we are in the committee with the whole House, and specifically to deal with the Judges' Retirement Benefit Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025. This one was sponsored by the leader of Majority Party. So, Leader, we shall be relying on you for the many amendments, and we ask you to take your seat so that we may proceed.
Clauses 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, and 6 be part of the bill. And these ones don't have an amendment. I now put the question, Honorable Leader, order. Thank you. I now put the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, and 6 be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I propose that clause 7 be amended as shown on the order paper. This is purely to remove some words that found their way onto the bill when they are not necessary. Like the word we are removing is a public, which is misplaced, should not be there. Before the commencement of this act was appointed a judge, not a public. Thank you. I beg to move.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the mover. I now put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 7 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 8 and 9.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 8 and 9 be part of the bill. And now that there are no amendments on these ones, I proceed to put the question that clauses 8 and 9 be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 10 be amended as shown on the order paper. And this is purely a cleanup, such that the words we are removing, retirement age, are misplaced. They are not supposed to be there. This appears to be a typing error. I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the mover. I now put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 10 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16.
I propose the question that clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question that clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I propose the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I beg that clause 17 be amended as shown on the order paper, and that is clause 17, subclause 2. And The word that is misspelled there is bin. It's spelled as bing. So we want to delete bing and replace it with bin. Thank you.
I propose the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the mover. Did I hear Honorable Millie say something? You want to say something on this one?
Sorry, Chair, I support because really that's not even a substantive amendment, but we support in general.
Very well. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 17 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22.
I propose the question that clauses 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments on these ones, and I therefore proceed to put the question that clauses 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Mover. Yes, I know there are two amendments there, but let's go first with the chair. There's one by yourself and then by the leader.
I thought they're the same. Leader, look at you. I think it's the same proposal.
Okay, but,
I beg
but
to
then
move.
order, Honorable Chair. Let's give priority to the leader. So leader goes first.
Honorable Chair, is actually the same amendment that we both have. And may I move that clause 23 be amended as provided for on the order paper. Honorable Chair, this is to provide for an enhanced and pension benefits for the current 4 or what would be the 5 Supreme Court judges who are not either the Chief Justice or the Deputy Chief Justice. As you are aware, the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice have their retirement benefits under the Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act. But the judges, the other 5 judges, and now with the demise of Justice Ibrahim, there are 4, they have other duties, administrative duties that they do on behalf of the court. And this involves a lot of other work that is administrative, that they do on behalf of their colleagues in the judiciary. They take care of their judicial infrastructure and buildings. They look after the welfare of judges and staff of the judiciary. They are the ones who are involved in the development of rules and regulations of the court, training, and both the bar and those on the bench, and also managing the bar and bench relationships between Millie, Murugara, and other lawyers and members of the judiciary who are serving. And therefore, they have a lot of additional responsibilities, and also they are serving in the apex court. And therefore, to put the Supreme Court judges on the same pedestal with other judges would look a bit unfair and not very appreciative of the other administrative work they do. Therefore, we just seek to enhance not their pension, they have their pension, but other non-pension benefits. And that would probably constitute, remember these Supreme Court judges are also the ones who deal with most of the very heavy, even political issues. They are the ones who look at presidential petitions. And therefore, post-retirement, I may have run for president and thought probably they made a decision that was not fair to me and target any one of them. And therefore, you need to assure them that they have non-pension benefits such as additional security, maybe a car and some fuel allowance. And therefore, that's all we seek to do here, to give them that additional non-pension benefits, but they will enjoy the same pension as the others. But we give them additional non-pension benefits, Honorable Speaker. And I beg to move.
No, allow me to propose the question first. Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the leader. Yes, Chair? Or Chiponga?
Mr. Chair, I rise to agree with the leader of majority that indeed, by the time you reach the apex court, in which you deal with only serious constitutional issues, Mr. Chair, you deserve to be rewarded better than the other judges. You know, for us, some of us that have appeared severally at the Supreme Court during the presidential petitions, and I've appeared, I think, twice. Mr. Chair, that is high-octane politics. In fact, they have to sleep in an hotel. They don't go to their houses. It is a very serious matter. And so, you must reward such people, Mr. Chair. You know, they are no longer lesser mortals like some of us who deal with issues that are earthly here. You know, they have been at least upgraded a little bit. You know, I have been praying that one day, serious people like Honorable Millie Odhiambo become judges of the Supreme Court. The only problem is that your brother went ahead of you. So I don't know what we will have to do. One of these days we'll have to ask him, our own brother, the senior judge, of course. No, he's not a super, I know he's a Luo, but you know you must balance some of these things at the Supreme Court. So, Mr. Chair, I support this particular amendment.
Very well.
Very important.
Honorable Wino.
Okello.
Okello.
I thank you very much.
Nyando.
Yes, I thank you very much. I'm in line with the proposal as advanced by the majority leader, Honorable Speaker, for one to actually serve at the Supreme Court. Look at what happens in the United States of America, for example. The rigorous process through which they are taken through evaluation and re-evaluation, including that of their personal conduct and character, Honorable Speaker, is so deep that, you know, they have to really be properly remunerated, Honorable Speaker. I remember in 2013 when we presented the best petition in the world, Honorable Speaker, the Supreme Court rejected our 800-paged evidence, Honorable Speaker, 800 pages. I don't know, to collect an evidence of 800 pages, Honorable Speaker, within that short span of time is a sacrifice, Honorable Speaker. Then they rejected. So it is true that some people may be holding all those into their hearts with an intention for rebuttal or retribution, Honorable Speaker. And therefore it is important. Only what we need to do is to cap the number of security that they should be accorded. Maybe 2 or 3, or maybe depending on the risks that they are subjected to, Honorable Speaker. But if we leave it open-ended and with the constricted security that we have in the country where we don't have enough, it may be abused or susceptible to abuse, Honorable Speaker. So, yes, if it will be on application, but again, I think there will be a review of the dangers that they are exposed to before such a decision is taken. Honorable Speaker, again, in 2017, you know what transpired.
No, you must not debate. You just need to make a comment.
I just wanted to say that the former president was very angry at the decision of the Supreme Court that if he had powers to attack, Honorable Speaker, nothing could have stopped him from doing so. And therefore, I agree with this. They need beefed up security upon retirement.
Great. And your concerns on security of... Okay, on those concerns about security, I think the leader has proposed a schedule in which that will be dealt with. But let's hear from Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, of course, I wish to support that amendment. And Chair, Honorable Jared Okello is giving the example of the President Uhuru when he was very mad at the decision. Chair, I'm a classmate of Honorable Justice Lenaola, who is the chairman of our class group, which is called the MV90. And I left the group as soon as they made that decision. Of course, being a politician, I was that angry. I left the group. But of course, after a while, of course, you relax, you heal. But imagine if there are people who don't heal. They'll just blow them off. But I also want to just indicate that it's not just in terms of security alone. the nature of Kenyan government is hierarchical. So really, we don't even need an excuse. If you are Supreme Court, it's the apex judge, they are the apex judge, court rather, and they are the most senior judges. So really, it really just makes sense that they should get better benefits. Mr. Speaker, Chairman, the mistake we normally do is the Kenyan Parliament. And I was hearing Honorable Ichungwa and several of us who are senior. Many times we refer to new members, people serving their first term. But every time I come now, I'm doing my fourth term, same salary as new entrants. And so Parliament, we are the ones who set laws and set systems for people and discriminate against ourselves. We must always, we must also think about ourselves. Yeah, even if it means that we make those laws and they apply after 10 more years, so that it's not benefit to us, but we must follow the system that applies to everybody in the country. The same salary that will be paid to, say, my dear sister here, Honorable Njeri, is the same one that will be paid to me, who was not only in the house, but outside. I've told you I'm a classmate of Honorable Lenaola, who is in the Supreme Court. But I'm paid the same salary as a 20-year-old who has been elected in his constituency.
Very well, very
so
well.
let us, but finally, just one little thing. I know that I've been challenged here that I have my brother in the Supreme Court, of course, ethnically. I've really thought, I don't see any Suba who is in Supreme Court or has ever been. So Subas, we still want that Supreme Court. And if indeed we get to a point where we negotiate for deputy presidency, I'm hearing everybody making noise. Suba must be. Suba.
Very well. I think this one has been overwhelmingly supported, but I just want to hear the
Chair,
leader.
Chair, thank you. And I want to agree with Millie that first, also as a matter of hierarchy, they warrant, the Supreme Court judges warrant something extra. But also the second part, Honorable Speaker, that I forgot on this amendment is to take care of a Supreme Court judge who leaves office before attaining the age of 65 years. Again, we are providing for that any Supreme Court judge who leaves office before attaining the age of 65 years, for whatever reason, there may be health reasons or you want to retire early, you will still be entitled to access your non-pension benefits under that subsection 1 and the schedule. And maybe what Jared was asking, the schedule, if you look at the schedule on page 086, you will see there's actually one driver, a fuel allowance, 2 armed security guards provided on request. If you feel you don't need to request, 1 housekeeper and a cook. Those are the non-pension benefits.
We shall come there, but leader, the house.
So my brother from my school, the Honorable Isaac Lenaola, is well taken care of here.
Thank you.
Because he went to the school.
Leader, members who are also very anticipatory that will speak about the ranking members and their salaries vis-a-vis the newly coming in members. All the same, honorable members, allow me to put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 23 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
I propose the question that clauses 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 be part of the bill. There are no amendments on these ones. I proceed to put the question that clauses 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I propose that clause 29(4) be amended as shown on the order paper. And what is happening in that clause is that when we named the subsection, which is subclause 3B, C, D, instead of having E, we got an I. So we purely want to correct this. The typo becomes is removed and the subsection becomes neat. Thank you. I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable members, there's nothing here really. Let me proceed. I now put the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 29 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Chair, you must keep alert as we move with you. And we must hear your voice on this. Even if we hear no other voice, your voice must be heard. Okay, we proceed.
Clause 30.
I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chairperson. Again, we propose that clause 30 be amended as shown on the order paper. And what is happening here purely is just to correct a typo in that the appointments under the trustees, for the trustees, is under section 29 and not section 30. So we replace section 30 therein with section 29. I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 30 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36.
I propose the question that clauses 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments on these ones, and therefore I proceed to put the question that clauses 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
I propose the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I propose that clause 37 be amended as shown on the order paper. And what we are doing here is purely to ensure that we comply with the law, the Constitution, by introducing that when the Cabinet Secretary determines what remuneration is to be paid to the trustees, it is on the advice of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. On the advice. Those are the words we are introducing to make this compliant with the law. I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 37 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43.
I propose the question that clauses 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments on these ones. Allow me to proceed and put the question that clauses 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 44.
I propose the question that clause 44 be part of the bill. There's an amendment on this one, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I beg that clause 44, in particular subsection 2, subclause 2C, be amended as shown on the order paper. Here we are simply adding the word after so that it makes sense in that interest that the additional voluntary contributions under the FAD, together with the accrued interest thereon, after leaving employment for any reason. That's the word after we are introducing. Thank you. I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause 44 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 44 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 44 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54.
I propose the question that clauses 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments on these ones. I proceed to put the question that clauses 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 55.
I propose the question that clause 55 be part of the bill. There's an amendment. Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I beg to move that clause 55 be amended as shown on the order paper. And the rationale is this exactly what we are doing. First, we are renumbering so that we have a second subclause. For us to do that, we must introduce subclause 1. Then we have subclause 2, which now as the subclauses 2 and 3, which as the following provisions. A judge of the Supreme Court to whom this part applies shall, during their retirement, be entitled to the additional benefits set out in the schedule. And number 3, subclause 3, a judge of the Supreme Court who leaves office before attaining the age of 65 years shall be entitled to access the non-pension benefits under subsection 1 and the paragraphs A and B of the schedule. The rationale is to provide for enhanced non-pension benefits for a judge of the Supreme Court appointed to office after the commencement of the legislation. The Supreme Court has 7 judges. We know for sure the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice draw their pension from a different law, and therefore it is important that we make a provision for the rest of the judges. Then the amendment also allows a Supreme Court judge who leaves office before attaining the age of 65, for whatever reason, to access their non-pension benefits, including what has actually been set out in the schedule, to include transport allowance, medical cover, diplomatic passport, and access to government lodges, etc. I beg to move.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 55 be amended as proposed by the chair. And if this one is taken, then the one of the leader will actually fall because they are actually the same. Let's hear from Ridikiri, Honorable Ridikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think today is going to be a history of the law process in this country, because we are now taking a full responsibility of ensuring one of the arm of the government is taken care of. Harmonization is very critical because we have seen the Supreme Court judges drawing from one kitty and the other judges are not. So this bill is causing harmonization, and that's what we really want. It has been a practice everywhere in the world that there must be sequential harmonization of all the benefits that accrues to the members of the judiciary world over. So I support this and say I think this is the best thing that the judiciary will enjoy this year.
Very well. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 55 be amended as proposed. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as are contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 55 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65.
I propose the question that clauses 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments on this one, and I therefore proceed to put the question that clauses 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 66.
I propose the question that clause 66 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to move that clause 66 be amended as shown on the order paper. And what we are doing here is to renumber the sub-clauses such that we have a clause 1 in 66 and introduce a new subsection 2 which reads as follows. A judge of the Supreme Court to whom this part applies shall during their retirement be entitled to additional benefits as set out in the order paper. And this is purely to provide for enhanced non-pension benefits for the 2 judges of the Supreme Court that were appointed under the new constitution and have already retired. The 2 judges are not covered by the Retirement Benefits Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act, Chapter 197B of the laws of Kenya. This is the second schedule. We shall be talking to it, the additional non-money benefits.
I propose the question that clause 66 be amended as proposed by the chair. And of course, if this one is taken, the one of the leader will actually fall. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question that clause 66 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 66 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 67.
I propose the question that clause 67 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do propose that clause 67 be amended as shown on the order paper. And what we are doing is to delete clause 67 and introduce a new clause 67 as follows. Clause 67(1), the Cabinet Secretary shall be responsible for the payment of pensions and gratuities to judges under this act. This is purely just to align it with the law that pensions are under the Cabinet Secretary, Treasury. Now, we're introducing clause 2 that the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary shall administer the non-pension benefits under sections 23, 55, and 66 of this act, and they provide for them in the estimates of the judiciary prepared pursuant to Article 173(3) of the Constitution. What we are doing is we must separate the pension, the monies coming from Treasury, and the non-monies that are being administered by the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, the motor vehicles, the security, the cooks, and everybody else. Then number 3, we've combined a responsibility for them that the Cabinet Secretary and the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary shall establish a liaison office to facilitate the timely payment of pensions, gratuities, and the provision of non-pension benefits under this act, purely to facilitate for the judges who are retiring. Where do they go for their pensions? These are old men and women past 70 years. We don't want to keep them out there moving from one office to the other. They need to know where to go. They get their pensions and other benefits one stop. This is the liaison office. I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause 67 be amended as proposed by the chair. Yes, Honorable Millie.
Thank you. I just wanted to correct the chair when he called 70-year-old old. Those are advanced age. They are not old.
Okay, the chair is corrected. Ridikiri, what do you want to say about this?
You know, our judges, and I need stand collected, these people are very isolated by virtue of their work. Sure. So they rarely have so many friends like Mary Odhiambo because she is all over and she is known all over. Judges leave the office, go to their home and back. Now, these people need to be taken care of. Otherwise, some of them might lapse. Immediately they retire. So these benefits are very important and they need to be properly managed. They should not go home and start asking, where do I start? They need to continue the life they have been enjoying. So I support this.
Okay, Honorable Gishimo.
Thank you, Chair. I support this amendment. Judges, and especially the Supreme Court judges, having served at the highest level in the judicial system, require dignity. They require an office which can really serve them, having sacrificed their mind, their effort, everything in their life to serve justice in this country. So I support this is a very good amendment and it will make their life easy after retirement.
Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 67 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as other opinions say aye? Will as many as other opinions say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 67 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as other opinions say aye? Will as many as other opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 68, 69, and 70.
I propose the question that clauses 68, 69, and 70 be part of the bill. No amendments. I proceed to put the question that clauses 68, 69, and 70 be part of the bill. Will as many as other opinions say aye? Will as many as other opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 71.
I propose the question that clause 71 be part of the bill. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I beg to move that clause 71 of the bill be amended as shown on the order paper. What we are doing is we delete subclause 1 and substitute therefore the following new clause. That the Cabinet Secretary shall, within 12 months of the commencement of this Act, make regulations generally giving effect to the Act and for prescribing anything required or necessary to be prescribed by or under this Act. That is subclause 1. Subclause 2, we propose we insert the following new subsection immediately after subsection 2. These are clauses now. 2A, in making the regulations under this Act, the Cabinet Secretary shall obtain the views of relevant stakeholders, including the Judicial Service Commission and the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary. The rationale is that within a given period of time, and this must be maximum 12 months, we have regulations in place because we do not want a lot of bureaucracy when these judges, retired judges, are going for their pension. There may be forms to be filled, there may be other processes and procedures to be done. All these are contained in regulations. This is why we are saying that within 12 months, these must be attended to. If there are any set forms and precedents, these must be done within a period of 12 months. Then when making those regulations, the CS cannot sit alone and decide for the retired judges what is good for them. He must take views from the relevant stakeholders who include the Judicial Service Commission that pays them and the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary who administers especially the non-pension benefits. I beg to move.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 71 be amended as proposed by the chair. And Honorable Chipkonga, you had a similar amendment, and therefore, if this one is taken, yours will fall, but could we hear from you?
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, I totally agree that once the chair has proposed amendment is taken, mine will fall by the way. And I support this, Mr. Chair. The reason, Honorable Chair, the reason why I proposed similar amendment, Honorable Chair, is because we want to provide something called certainty and clarity and remove something called doubt and equivocation on matters to do with the law, and particularly when it comes to benefit of judges. So we want to provide certainty in the sense that the Cabinet Secretary should be able to bring the regulations within 12 months of this law coming into operation. That will ensure that those judges who will be retiring have clarity on what they are expected to get, how much they are supposed to get, when, and in which place. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mutuse.
Thank you, Chair. I stand in support of the amendment proposed to Clause 71. Chair, if you look at the original Section 71, it is already prescriptive. It was already saying what the regulations would say, which is not very good in legal drafting. And therefore, the amendment to shorten it so that the stakeholders, especially the Judicial Service Commission and the Chief Registrar, in liaison with the Cabinet Secretary, will come up with regulations that are not already prescribed in the parent act, and therefore support the amendment by my chair. It is very timely, it is effective, it is going to make the operationalization of the law easier.
Honorable Gidinji.
Thank you, Chair. While I support this amendment, I don't know whether I would persuade the Chair whether we can do away with Amendment B, because it goes without saying that for you to make regulations, you must do public participation. And this public participation must involve all the requisite stakeholders. So I believe, in my view, the Amendment B, which is seeking that the other stakeholders to be consulted for when the regulations are being made, is already covered under the Constitution, which provides that for any law to be made, whether an act of parliament or regulations, public participation, which must include all the stakeholders, must be involved. I believe this to me is somehow superfluous.
We've heard you, and I'm going straight to the chair to give that explanation, but also tell us, allow Chair, also maybe tell us, why is the proposal that the regulations must come in 12 months? Why not a lesser time? Proceed, Chair. We shall hear.
Thank you very much. We don't need a lesser time means it's within 12 months, so we are covered.
Okay.
Good enough. What we are doing is we don't want the act to come into force. Another 2 years down the line, they don't know what to do. So it's also 12 months are sufficient for us to do exactly what Honorable Gishimo is saying, public participation and water view. Honorable Gishimo, for subsection 2A, this inclusion is not superfluous. I think it's very important because we have to consult all relevant stakeholders, but to be particular, because this affects judges whose remuneration is by Judicial Service Commission, and the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, who is going to administer their non-pension benefits. I think we make it almost mandatory that they have to be included in the consultations that are to take place. This does not affect anything in any manner that is negative.
Very well. Gichimo was feeling like you were over-legislating, but let the matter rest there. Okay, Gikaria, what do you have to say?
Honorable Speaker, I think the chair has actually, let me just say, it is important to have this regulation, Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
And one of the issues is because we have some Energy Act that up to date, since 2019, regulations have not come before the floor of the House. And we are actually finding it very difficult to operationalize some of the sections of the Act without the regulation. So I totally agree, but I also agree with you, Chair. 12 months is also quite a while. So how I wish.
He was able to answer that one, that within 12 months. So that's the higher limit. It can be in a lesser period. Honorable members, I now proceed to put the question that clause 71 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 71 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 72.
I propose the question that clause 72 be part of the bill. Oh, honorable members, there are no amendments on these ones. I proceed to put the question that clause 72 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New schedule.
We are on the new schedule. Chair, please move the new schedule.
Yes. Thank you very, very, very much, Honorable Chairperson. I beg to move that the schedule to the bill be read a second time. The justification is we start by finding this under proposed sections 23.2, 55.2, and 66.2. Additional benefits for a retired judge of the Supreme Court. I think we've elaborated the hierarchy of the judges in the country, and we find it proper that we do make a provision for additional benefits for the Supreme Court judges. The additional benefits include the following. You will get 1 car, you will get fuel allowance, he or she will get 2 armed security guards provided on request, which means the judge will choose whether they want security or not. We'll get 1 housekeeper and 1 cook. And justification is that we have to outline the enhanced non-pension benefits for all judges of the Supreme Court who are not covered by the Retirement Benefits, Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act, Cap 197B. The benefits are slightly higher than those of judges in other superior courts and below those of the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice. This is where we are placing judges of the Supreme Court, so that they are between the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice and the judges of the superior courts, the High Court and the Court of Appeal. I beg to move and request Honorable Rindikiri to actually second.
Does it really require seconding? No, Rindikiri will speak to it later. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the new schedule be now read a second time. Honorable Rindikiri, I give you the first chance to make your comments on this.
Thank you, Chairman. I have 2 comments. One, on the there is a requirement that we consider, in my view, a provision for a driver, because the bodyguard is there, and also the car, the capacity of the vehicle, that the judges will be entitled to retirement. I think that is not stipulated. I would like to ask the Mr. Chairman to consider those 2 as to be part of the package in the named schedule.
Very well, Honorable Cheponga.
Thank you very much, Chair. I in fact rise to support the proposed schedule by the Chair. The reason being, Chair, is that, you know, what has been provided as the retirement benefit is in fact very frugal as far as I'm concerned. The reason being, you know, in the United States of America, the Supreme Court judges don't retire. They in fact sit in the Supreme Court until they die. So if they die at the age of 86, 87, so you can imagine, Chair, how much money they draw all that time. If you look at ours, they retired merely at 70. Still very strong, still very useful. They've done a great work for this nation. It is good just to reward 6, 7 people only, Mr. Chairman. I support.
So we hear Gichimu.
Thank you, Chair. These are additional benefits for a retired judge of the Supreme Court. The other benefits that touch on all the retired judges are already covered under the bill, including the car, which Honorable Ridikili was seeking. So that is already covered, but probably on the matter of the fuel allowance, much as I support, I think that ought also to be determined. I think the regulations in consultation with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, I think will come up with that bit of the allowance. And Honorable Chair, these are just bare minimum, and Kenyans should note that the heavy lifting that the Supreme Court judges usually do in matters of very national importance. So I think they deserve, and we have, this House will be remembered as having done the best for the judges in this country on matters retirement. Thank you.
Jemachia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Also, I want to reiterate and add my, on the schedule, that apart from all this, I don't know whether it is possible for the chair of the committee to add another advantage we can have, because when Honorable Cheponga said,
Chair Murungaru, you're being addressed. Okay.
When Honorable Cheponga said judges in the US, for instance, are not going on, they don't go for retirement, or they are not retiring, or they don't retire, it means they protect the institution, the memory of the institution. I don't know whether the chairman, you can add one as on the schedule also as a beneficiary, that judges who are able to serve even in their retirement can be called back one time to time for institutional memory and to give counsel. Because it is important when these people sit, we cannot just wish them away. That could be added to one of the, so that they can be always coming back to give us the best ruling and judgment.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, Chair, I'll call you later. Let's hear Onchoke first, then we come to you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I support these amendments and this schedule for the additional benefits of the Supreme Court judges who are retired. Now, for all these benefits, the driver, the fuel, the armed security guards, one housekeeper, and one cook, I think it would be important maybe in the regulations to give them the amount, so that some judge doesn't decide, I want to cook at 2,000 shillings, at 200, so that it's uniform for all of them. That would be very important, in my view, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, so the two still go to the chair. So let's hear from the chair.
Right. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Regulations will be coming. So most of the concerns we have will be addressed through regulations, which are actually the flesh of any act of parliament. It's regulations that tell us exactly what parliament meant when they made that provision. In those regulations, including rendering some expertise when required, whether opinionated, provided it doesn't go against the Constitution, which provides that their retirement age is 70 years and it cannot be renewed. However, if there's a way this is going to be looked at, there is absolutely nothing wrong. As to what they will be getting in terms of fuel allowance, again, the regulations will make a provision. And even if the regulations will make provision for salaries of the helps, the cooks, the drivers, and what have you, they will be free to do all that. It's for this parliament to approve or disapprove. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the new schedule be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as were contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that the new schedule be part of the bill. I proceed to put the question that the new schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. No amendments. I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 1 be part of the bill. But there's an amendment by the chair.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I rise on my feet now to move an amendment that clause 1 of the bill be amended by inserting the words, as soon as you name, and shall come into force upon publication in the Gazette, immediately after the expression Judges Retirement Benefits Act. That is how the act is called, and we have made a provision as to when it shall come into effect, when it shall come into force, which is also a requirement of legislation, that we know exactly when this act is going to come into force. It is as soon as it is assented to and it's actually gazetted, it now becomes printed by the government printer, it comes into effect. Thank you.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the mover. Honorable Mutuse.
I stand in support. Support because this is very important. You know, sometimes you can delay the benefits to the judges by not operationalizing the law. And therefore, this because it now provides a safe mechanism for its own getting effective, so that the judges are certain that it will be implemented, and therefore this is extremely important.
Honorable members, I put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I'll put the question that clause 1 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we are finished with this particular one. We ask the mover to move reporting. Honorable Murungara, on behalf of the leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the leader of majority, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. Reporting.
Very well, Honorable Speaker. I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Judges' Retirement Benefits Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Jematia to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support the whole report of the House, of the committee. And then to second, I want to second the report of the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable members. Thank you so much for your patience on this matter. I therefore now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I would be minded to take any few interventions if there are any. If there are not any interventions, then I would, for obvious reasons, for obvious reasons, I would pend the putting of the question until we are properly prepared to do so. I will therefore call for the next order.
Order number 13, motion, consideration of the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order 2025.
Who is the mover of this? This is the Honorable Chepkonga. I would imagine you still the chairperson of the Legislation Committee. Honorable Gishimu.
And
No, but is it true that he's still the chair?
Honorable Speaker, he is the chair.
But now you are the delegatee this afternoon.
Yes, I have leave to move.
Correct, yeah. So because what's the order of paper is that this is moved by the chairperson, and now it's on record that this chairperson is the Honorable Gishimu for this evening. Go ahead.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Committee of the Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order 2025, legal notice number 82 of 2025, in accordance with the provisions of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, and Standing Order 210. Honorable Speaker, the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order 2025, is a statutory instrument made by the Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs pursuant to Section 11 of the Privileges and Immunities Act, Cap 179. The legal notice was published in the Kenya Gazette on the 2nd May 2025. Thereafter submitted to the Clerk of the National Assembly on the 30th May 2025 and tabled before the House on the 4th June 2025, whereupon it is stood referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation for scrutiny in accordance with Section 12(1) of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A. The committee considered the order in line with the Constitution, the Privileges and Immunities Act, Cap 179, the Interpretation and General Provisions Act, Cap 2, and the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A. Honorable Speaker, the object and purpose of the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order 2025, is to confer privileges and immunities upon the Global Center for Adaptation, GCA, an international organization with which the government of Kenya has entered into a cooperation agreement to support climate adaptation initiative. And
The order seeks to grant the organization legal capacity as a body, corporate, and confer privileges and immunities specified under Part 1 of the 4th Schedule of the Act, which includes A, the immunity for suit and legal process, inviolability of premises and official archives, and exemptions from certain taxes and duties. The order further confers privileges and immunities upon director, officials, and staff of the organization under Part 3 of the 4th Schedule of the Act, including immunity in respect of the acts performed in course of the official duties and certain physical exemptions. Honorable Speaker, in its scrutiny of the order, the committee made the following observations. A, that Section 17 of the Privileges and Immunities Act requires that any order made under the Act must first be submitted to Parliament in draft form and approved by resolution before publication. This requirement gives effect to Article 94, Article 6 of the Constitution, which provides that delegated legislation must be exercised strictly within the authority and standards set out by Parliament. And in this case, that authority and standard has already been set out under the Privileges and Immunities Act. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs did not prepare or submit a draft order to Parliament prior to consideration as required by the law, that is Section 17 of the Privileges and Immunities Act. The order was therefore published without the mandatory prior requirement that Parliament ought to approve it. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 16 of the Statutory Instruments Act, the committee invited the Ministry of Foreign Affairs just to give them a hearing and also hear their views on the matter. And also the National Treasury for consultation on this. And actually the National Treasury confirmed that they were not aware whether the order had been submitted to Parliament in draft form as required. And therefore, having examined the Act, the Privileges and Immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Act 2025, and against the Constitution and the relevant statutes, the committee found that the failure to submit the draft order to Parliament before publication infringed on the Constitution, that is Article 94, sub-Article 6 of the Constitution, which provides the effect of, or which provides that the delegated legislature must be exercised strictly within the authority and standards set out by the Parliament. Of course, in this case, through the Act of Parliament that it is embedded. And therefore, it also contravened Section 11 and 17 of the Privileges and Immunities Act, Cap 179, and violated Section 13A of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, which requires that the statutory instruments conform to the enabling law. Honorable Speaker, accordingly, the committee had no option other than to recommend that this House declares the Privileges and Immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation under 2025 Legal Notice number 82 of 2025, a nullity for failure to comply with the Constitution and the applicable statutory requirements governing the delegated legislation. Honorable Speaker, however, much as this order may have been well-intentioned, it had to follow the requisite procedure provided under the act under which it is made. So let me be very clear while moving this and seeking the House to agree with the Committee on Delegated Legislation in annulling this order, that the committee has no or did not dwell into the nitty-gritties of this order, having considered that the requisite procedure was not followed, then it was not necessary now to move into the other issues of whether public participation was conducted, whether all the other requisite conditions for delegated or regulations were made. So we found that the law was not followed, as I've already explained, and I beg to move, Honorable Speaker, and I now call upon Honorable Member from Bonchari, Honorable Onchoke, to second.
Grace in the House. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I'm sitting here. I've been promoted. I raise, Honorable Speaker, to second the motion that this House considers to nullify the order of the privileges and immunities for the Global Center for Adaptation, Order number 2025. On the face of it, about 3 or 4 laws were breached. They were never followed. So the committee didn't even have to go into the merits of this order and the purpose for this order. And the committee...
The Honorable Francis, that was Francis Kimani Kuria. You can't do that, and you know it.
And the committee, Honorable Speaker, the committee has noted that a number of these statutory instrument-making bodies have developed a habit of not bringing or following the law, not bringing the orders, the instruments to the House for consideration and approval. I therefore stand here to second this motion. I thank you.
Honorable Member, moving and seconding of that motion, I therefore propose the question, which is that this House adopt the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on in consideration of the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order, published as legal notice number 82 of 2025, and laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 4th December 2025, and declares that the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order, legal notice number 82 of 2025, a nullity for failing to comply with Section 17 of the Privileges and Immunities Act, Cap 179, that requires the regulating authority, regulation making authority, to submit the draft order for approval by Parliament before publication of the order, and infringing Article 94(6) of the Constitution, relating to the principles and Section 13A of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A. The member for Molo, you want to contribute to this?
So, Honorable Speaker, I really want to applaud this nullification of this particular instrument, Honorable Speaker. And I think this is also a call for this Honorable House to be very careful about the laws that we enact. Because looking at some of the provisions that were contained in this particular act, Honorable Speaker, one of them was providing immunity from suit and legal processes for acts, omissions in official duties for these particular diplomats. They were being given exemptions from direct taxes or salaries emoluments. They were being given immunity from national service. They were given immigration and registration exemptions. They were being given exchange control privileges and repatriation facilities. they were being allowed, Honorable Speaker, free importation of anything, duty-free importation of furniture, personal effects, household goods on first arrival. Honorable Speaker, all these privileges, in as much as we accept, Kenya has become a hub of diplomatic missions, global, Honorable Speaker. And as we welcome even the decision by the UN to really set up a substantial office here in Nairobi, that does not mean that we need to advantage foreigners over Kenyan citizens, Honorable Speaker. And of late, you've seen some of these privileges that are given to these foreigners, Honorable Speaker. They end up abusing them. Honorable Speaker, just the other day you saw the Russian guy coming to this country and doing all manner of things, including breaching our data and our data protection laws. We know the allegations, the Honorable John Kagiri keeps talking about, Jane Kagiri talks about the intricacies being done to the people of Nanyuki by the British army people who are training there, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it's very important in as much as we become very welcoming, and we really welcome all these foreigners to come and invest in our country, to come and live here, to come and set up their offices
What
here.
is this Russian thing?
But, so, Honorable Speaker, there is a Russian who ameshikanisha inchi a few weeks ago. Some Russian guy, he came, he was wearing these sunglasses that has cameras. He was picking up women all over the place and doing all manner of unimaginable things with them and recording them, and later releasing them. And some of them are very embarrassing, Honorable Speaker, and has really degraded, even though some of the actions by those women may not be upheld as good, Honorable Speaker, but recording them, some of them are mothers, some of them, it has broken quite a number of marriages, Honorable Speaker, because some of them were admitting they are married, but they were really willing to do anything to go with that white man, Honorable Speaker. And perhaps we have a discussion with some of my friends, and this is some of the what do you call it? When growing up, all the soap operas that are fed to our children and to our girls, now people imagine that the only romantic men are white people, or the people that are not black. And many women also believe that if you get acquainted with someone who is white, or then utatoka block, you will get out of poverty. And therefore, they are willing to really go out and do anything possible, Honorable Speaker, as a way of trying to safeguard their fortunes, Honorable Speaker. So that is the story of the Russian guy. So it's very important, Honorable Speaker, that as we saw again last year, some Chinese employer, Honorable Speaker, slapping and beating up his employees. And I think we need to be, in as much as we need to be welcoming, this particular foreigners cannot operate outside the laws of our land. Whether it is our employment laws, whether it was the data protection laws, whether it is all those things that are criminal, those that are not, and we must safeguard our interests. Selfish, Honorable Speaker. If any of us goes and commits some of the crimes that these foreigners commit in this country, and we commit those crimes in their countries, Honorable Speaker, you will rot in jail in their countries. And it's a high time that as a country, we also take note of this. And those foreigners that break the lands of our land, they should be repatriated. We should ask them to be repatriated back to this country to face the full force of law, and they should be imprisoned here in committee, not taken back to their countries for imprisonment. Because like when Kenyans commit crimes in those other countries, some of them are thrown to jail. We have seen petitions coming from this house for members where they are saying some of their constituents have been jailed in India, others in other countries for years, for very many years, for some very petty crimes. So we really need to be, not to allow again these foreigners to come from their countries to disrespect us, to disrespect our women, to disrespect our laws, to disrespect the laws of our land, and we should take as much as stern action to those foreigners as they will take on us if we committed those crimes in the respective countries. So for that, I really support the mover of the motion, the Honorable Gishimo, for this nullification. And again, we must be selfish as a country. And as much as we're opening our doors to foreigners to come in our country, it does not mean they come and demean us. It does not mean they come and take us as their slaves. They must come and follow the laws of our land. The same way, when you go to their land, we strictly adhere to their laws. And the same way they are strict on us if you break the laws of their land when they visit their land, the same way we should be strict on them when they come and break the laws of our land. I beg to support, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Jomvu. You want to speak on this? This is your chance to contribute.
Okay. Asante. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi pia nataka kuunga mkono na kukubaliana na yale maneno ambayo Mheshimiwa Kuria Kimani ameweza kuyasema. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia ni kweli katika hii hali ambayo tuna watafadhalisha hawa watu ambao wanakuja hapa kama mabalozi na watu wengine katika nchi yetu, baadaye wanatumia nafasi hiyo kufanya vitu ambao sio sawa. Mfano, tuweza kuona watu wageni ama kwa kizungu tukisema foreigners, ambao kama huyu ambaye ametajwa hapa kutoka Russia, amekuja hapa, amefikia wasichana wetu, amewatongoza, amewafanyia makosa, alafu amevunja nyumba zao na kila kitu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni lazima sisi utu wetu tuweke mwanzo. Na mambo kama haya Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia unaona kama mabalozi pia ambao wanakuja hapa na wanakaa hapa wanapata msamaha huu pengine wa kuweza kuagiza mali ama vitu vingine. Unaona mtu anakuja mkora fulani ana import makontena ama magari, anasema ni personal effect za balozi fulani na halipi ushuru ambao ni wa nchi yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, si jambo la sawasawa katika huyu Mrashia ambaye alituchezelea watoto wetu sana. Nataka kuambia Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwa kuwa sawa kabisa asihukumiwe mambo ya kuwekwa jela. Ye matatizo yake ni zile chengelele zake ambalo amezifunga kwenye suruale. Ni vizuri kwa kizungu zinaitwa ziwe castrated, yani afinywe na hayo maneno ili asirudie maneno kama hayo. Mheshimiwa Spika, leo huyu mtu mimi nashangaa Mheshimiwa Spika, amfikia mpaka mwalimu wangu mmoja nasikia sijui wa Mikindani kama wapi auliza mimi niko single kwa sababu ya ule Mrashia. Je, leo mheshimiwa ingekuwa amefika katika sehemu ambazo ameweza kueneza ugonjwa na mali pengine sisi tungekuwa kwa hasara. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, naangalia mambo haya kwa mambo mema, lakini tuyaangalie kwa tahadhari. Asante kwa kunipa nafasi hii. Nashukuru sana na twalaani maneno ya huyo Mrashia. Asante.
You are all now confusing the House. There definitely is a difference between the Global Center for Adaptation and the Russian. Please go ahead and tell us the difference.
Mr. Speaker, you know sometimes in a very hard topic like this one, you take leave to discuss other issues of national importance. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this, the Committee on Delegated Legislation's report, which is very important. And Mr. Speaker, this committee did not go into the merits of that particular order. As you have just heard the Chair of Finance, the Honorable Kuria, he has vividly stated that there are issues with regard to this order. We should have gone to the Ministry of Finance because it includes tax exemptions. Now, on question of tax exemptions, it cannot be done by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. This is a matter which can only be undertaken by the Ministry of Finance in accordance with the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, as you know, there's a plethora of laws, of decisions by the courts, which have held that procedure is as important as the substantive law itself. In this case, Mr. Speaker, the procedure that was adopted in seeking to grant immunities and privileges to this particular organization was complete in total breach. The law requires that that order must be brought in draft form to this House for approval before it is gazetted. Now, what happened, Mr. Speaker? This order was gazetted and it came into force irregularly, completely out of procedure. As you know, Mr. Speaker, anything that does not adhere to establish legal methods, rules, and regulation is of no effect. It is null and void. The reason why we have procedure, Mr. Speaker, it ensures that it prevents arbitrariness on those that are given power to make regulations. It ensures that we avoid chaos in lawmaking, Mr. Speaker, so that if procedure is not followed, everybody will just be coming up with anything that does not follow the law. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, Article 94 of the Constitution is very clear. It states that there is no person within the boundaries of this country that can make anything that has a force of law without the authority of this House, without the authority of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, anybody who attempts to grab the power that has been granted exclusively by the people of Kenya to this House, it will be frowned upon. And so, Mr. Speaker, the intention of having procedures is not to stifle the making of laws, but it is to ensure that there is fairness, there is justice in the manner we enact laws. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the courts will take a dim view on any person who fails to comply with procedure as laid down by this House. This will ensure that these procedures, Mr. Speaker, regulate rights and privileges that are enjoyed by Kenyans and any person who comes into this nation. Just to mention just a few things that we noted, Mr. Speaker, which we did not put in our report if we had to deal on the merits of this matter. Mr. Speaker, this is an organization that was established in the Netherlands. And it came into this country having been registered in that other country, Mr. Speaker. And we wanted to know why it deregistered itself in that particular country. Mr. Speaker, there was no public participation that was undertaken, as required by Article 118 of the Constitution and Article 10 of the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly, this was in total breach of the Constitution. So this order in itself is unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker. So I support that this order be declared null and void by this House. And therefore I support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Funyula. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also join the Committee of Delegated Legislation, or rather let me support the report of Committee on Delegated Legislation on recommending to nullify in its entirety the privileges and immunities the Global Center for Adaptation Order published as legal notice number 82 of 2025, based on the facts that have been presented to us by my good friend, the MP for Gishugu, who happens to be a member of the committee. And Chair, Honorable Speaker, for record purposes, I was a member of the committee in the last term, but this time I've not been a member of the committee. Honorable Speaker, the Global Center for Adaptation is an international organization that was established as part of the Paris Agreement on climate change resilience and climate change management. Its headquarters is in the Netherlands, and of course the fundamental questions that we need to start asking: to what extent, whether there is a diplomatic mission or not, that's a question we need to answer, and probably in the fullness of time, we need to have to ascertain that particular notice. But Honorable Speaker, the mere fact that the State Department for Foreign Affairs proceeded to publish and enforce the order without the approval of Parliament is the highest level of impunity, is the highest level of breach of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, truth be told then, whoever appended his signature or her signature in getting the order published breached the Constitution, acted unconstitutionally, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, is liable for a sanction probably under the various articles of the Constitution of Kenya, because you cannot purport to be a public servant who have sworn to uphold the Constitution, and you are the very first person to disregard the provisions of the Constitution and proceed to publish the order and get it enforced. I would want to challenge the committee. I can see the chair and the vice chair are in animated discussion. You need to ask whoever signed and published the order to really come and account for that unconstitutional edict. To be honest, we cannot allow that level of impunity to prevail and go unpunished. That is unacceptable in the modern day. Honorable Speaker, we tend to favor these diplomatic missions even beyond what we do to our own people, who slug out day and night to get things moving. And I want to commend the committee for having stood up. I'm sure there must have been a lot of pressure from the executive or other corners to get it passed. But at least for the very first time, your side had the courage to say no and to uphold the constitutional provisions. Honorable Speaker, we even ask Kenyans, when we go out of this country, for either to work or not, have been to very many missions, talking to diplomats there, and they are very clear in their views. They say they have to comply with the laws of the country. The diplomatic immunities that are accorded is only for the mainstream diplomatic missions that are truly and purely accredited by that country. And whichever way, there are some things that are a no-goes on. Things about taxation, things about having immunity against criminal action is something that is beyond. This cannot be entertained in those countries. Why us here in Kenya, we allow that kind of a thing to happen and then let these foreigners go scot-free is baffling. It's just a continuous act of dereliction of duty for those people charged with those offenses. Honorable Speaker, there are very many times foreigners commit offenses, they're scripted away at night, so that by the time they have to answer for those offenses, you are told they're no longer in the country. As I stand here today, Honorable Speaker, the man who was being beaten in Eldoret by the Chinese comes from my constituency. I asked a question here, they have never received an answer. The gentleman was badly injured. Nobody has ever bothered to attend to them. In this disguised view that we want foreigners to invest in our own country. As Baba Mo used to say, nobody will come from anywhere to develop this country. We have to do it ourselves. And if we have to do it ourselves, we must be extremely hard on these foreign investors who come to with nothing most important to invest and get us done, get moving. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the committee to remain courageous in view of the intimidation you normally have to receive. Remain courageous, and God will forever remember that you existed and probably saved this country from one of these funny things that is going to happen. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The member for Marsabit.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important debate. And from the onset, I support this motion. And Honorable Speaker, I support it because of the experience that we are having in this country of late, and even in the past, because many of our citizens have suffered in the hands of foreigners. And I support this because the committee has made the right observation. And I like what they have said. Number 4, having examined the Privileges and Immunities Global Center for Adaptation, Order 2025, Legal Notice number 82 of 2025, in accordance with the Constitution, the Interpretation and General Provision Act Cap 2, the Statutory Instrument Act Cap 22A, and the Privileges and Immunity Act Cap 179. The committee recommends that the House declares Privileges and Immunities Global Center for Adaptation, Order 2025, Legal Notice number 82 of 2025, nullity for failure to adhere to Section 17 of the Privileges and Immunities Act. This, Honorable Speaker, is a serious gap that the committee members have observed. And I want to congratulate the members of this committee for standing in the gap and salvaging the situation. Honorable Speaker, if we cannot nullify this today, many Kenyans will suffer in the hands of foreigners who come in the pretense of investing in this country, starting companies that can employ our young people, and at the end of the day, many Kenyans suffer in their hands. The example that many honorable members have referred to is something that has moved the entire nation and the entire world. And just remembering the number of our young people who have been maybe infected by that particular Russian man is a story that will affect us for the rest of our lives. And many families, and I know many young people, many women today may be depressed of this. Honorable Speaker, we know very well that many investors have come and have mistreated members or citizens of this country. Some have even taken some very important documents from them, hidden their identity cards, their passports, mistreated them, used them as their workers, social workers or workers, and at the end of the day, without even paying them. And Honorable Speaker, nullifying this will save this country and also will give us our pride that we need. And with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Gases.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also rise in support of the report of the Delegated Legislation Committee on the Privileges and Immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation, Order number 2025. And from the onset, Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the recommendation of the committee in rejection, in annulling in totality this particular order that was developed and published by the executive in absence of what the law has guided, that all the laws-making procedures is vested in this House, and the instruments of power as guided on the same. Mr. Speaker, this one is just a troubleshooting, and it could be inviting this House to extend its role in ensuring that we carry out an audit to establish all the instruments that are being used to run these organizations, to run the ministries. Because if this thing was done in silence, in contravention with the law, and was already deemed to be giving out powers to a foreign person, in this case, the Global Center for Adaptation, powers to up to including contravening the Tax Procedures Act, where all powers on exemption of taxation, as per the Tax Procedures Act, is now in the office of the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, of course in consultation with the relevant ministries when a matter arises. But all the powers are in the hands of the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury. But already looking at this instrument, it was already subverting that power and giving out an advantage, a privilege to a foreign entity. And most of this issue is coming up because of the current occurrence in our nation, where we've seen friends who have been invited to the nation, friends who have come in goodwill. Some of them have come to facilitate the foreign direct investments. Some of them have come to give services in support of what government is doing in addressing the social needs of the people. But they end up abusing these particular privileges to carry on their interest, up to including exploiting our children in terms of the information that is not warranted for our young people, exploiting our women, exploiting our population in terms of labor. Some of them have come employing our people, using them beyond the limits without proper compensation, and even to an extent of coercing, an extent of subjecting them through stress, subjecting them through behaviors that our employment laws are totally against, just by virtue of the cover they've been giving. So with this one, I want to say that this House has done the right thing. I want to thank the Committee on Delegated Legislation, I see the Vice Chair is here, that they are doing the right thing so that it's able to alert this House so that we be keen. And remember, this House is established to protect the interest of Kenyans against all odds. And for this purpose, it is high time that the ministries, led by this ministry, should do the right thing, involve this House, because it's only this House guided by Article 118 that they can undertake proper public participation and public sensitization, stakeholder engagement, so that we're able to balance and don't cede out the privileges for our people at the expense of foreigners. So I want to support this particular motion and to say this serves as an example. We need to go further beyond here so that we safeguard the interests of Kenyans. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. For Baringo, what happened to your card? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and sorry for not having my card ready for this time. Mr. Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues in supporting the work of the committee, and specifically Honorable Gishimu for moving this, because, Mr. Speaker, I keenly read this report, and I'm shocked that someone in the echelons of power or executive would even think for once that he can just break the law with all the disregard of even bringing this draft to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I was so keen in the schedule of the Act, which was rejected by the committee, and this exemption of certain taxes and duties, and inviolability of premise and official archives, and even the immunity from suit and legal process. Mr. Speaker, this is a very dangerous organization. You can imagine someone seeking not to be subjected to any law of this country or of the land of Kenya, just because you probably want to do something that is unimaginable. And many times, Mr. Speaker, I think for once Africans should be happy being Africans. We don't have to hate, we don't have to look forward to be associating so much ourselves to these whites and imagining that they can do a lot of better things than us. And if you read history, you realize the industrialization and civilization of the world actually started in Africa. So I think I want to thank the committee for once because of refusing to be coerced and standing and protecting Kenyans by refusing this order to go through. Mr. Speaker, in previous times, I come from Baringo, and there was this runaway acceptance of global climate solution, sort of, where someone, I think it was from Canada or Brazil or wherever, decided that during Moi's time to come and help people of Baringo from mitigating desertification. And they brought this wild plant called madenge, which was accepted probably those days. But the adverse problems is being felt by the people who are not there and who did not make the decisions. So when someone makes a decision today, it doesn't affect them probably now. But when you're out of office, it is going to affect people who are very innocent. And it is very important for us as a member of parliament to continue protecting the people of Kenya and allowing things that can actually progress through the law. And also, I want to also thank the committee because the section of the privilege and immunities must pass through parliament. As long as this draft or this order did not pass parliament, it should not be allowed. And I hope the executive are not going to sneak this as a part of the privileges they have also, because they are feeling that their offices are important. Mr. Speaker, other issues, just like the way members have been complaining about the Russia and this Russia guy or this Russia man, you can I can't imagine the impact that he left. The terror that went through people's houses, the emotions that created through these young women or these exposed women, the problems that they are facing now in the society, the judgmentals and all those kind of things. Just because we allowed someone to run around, take photos, and up to this point, we have never seen a proper actionable, reasons or someone to take up and give us reasons why this guy, how did he even land in Kenya and what was he doing? And so that we are able to protect ourselves. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the way Africans generally behave, we are so welcoming and we always attract such kind of characters. And this is one of the reasons I want to thank the committee for studying firm and with finality nullifying this order to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support the committee.
For Mungi Central, want to contribute to this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report by the Delegated Legislation Committee on their report on the privileges and immunities regulations for foreigners and foreign missions. Mr. Speaker, I would like to support the annulment of these regulations because they are against the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which states that no one is above the law in Kenya. Anybody can sue and anybody can be sued in Kenya except the President of Kenya when he's in power. Further, Mr. Speaker, the fact that the regulations were allowing exemption of taxes, this is contrary to the law, and anybody in Kenya earning a salary in Kenya must pay taxes in Kenya so that we can run our country effectively. And this, Mr. Speaker, will have opened a Pandora's box for others to join in and misuse their power and exploit other Kenyans on some of these exemptions. Mr. Speaker, this House should set a good example for those in power and for those in the executive, that you cannot wake up one morning and prepare your regulations to suit yourself and your friends and your cronies, so that in the future, they should know that there is a House of Parliament which makes laws and approves regulations. Mr. Speaker, to make such kind of regulations without consultation to Parliament, without public participation, is indeed usurping your powers to circumvent the law. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this was illegal and should be treated as such, and therefore, let this annulment by the Delegated Legislation Committee set an example to those in the executive to abide by the rule of law in Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. There being no other interest on this, I would like to call upon the move of the Honorable Gichim to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want also to take this opportunity as I reply to thank all the members of Parliament who have contributed and supported this motion. Actually, there is no single member who has opposed it. And just to indicate and to clarify to Honorable Oundo that the mandate of the Committee on Delegated Legislation is limited and, or actually is provided under Standing Order number 210 3 and 4. And the best that this committee can do is, after scrutinizing the statutory instruments, is to recommend approval where compliance to the law and the requisite procedures has been met or have been met, and to recommend an annulment by this House, which we have done, whereby the requisite law, the Constitution, and the standing orders have not been followed. So that is the limit of our mandate, and actually we've done what has been provided for under the standing orders. So I also thank the committee for being the gatekeeper of the Kenyan citizens through this parliament, that all the regulations, all the statutory instruments that are brought before this House through parliament must also follow the law. And as a parting, as I finish, Honorable Speaker, it has also come to our knowledge as a Committee on Delegated Legislation that there are instances that the executive and some regulatory making bodies, they do what they normally call internally as directives, and those directives have a force of law. We want to caution them that anything that has been made and has a force of law, with even consequences, that if you don't obey, you are supposed to face some consequences or some penalties. Those are statutory instruments, and they should be brought to Parliament for consideration as provided by the Parent Act, under which they are made. So, Honorable Speaker, without much ado, I beg to reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, and honorable members, for obvious reasons, we defer the putting of the question on that particular motion to the next time listed in the order paper. Next order.
Order number 14, motion, consideration of a petition regarding discrimination by the Teacher Service Commission on career progression guidelines for special needs education teachers in Kenya. Resumption of debate.
Honorable, debate on this motion started on yesterday, actually. And so if there's any member who has interest on this, if there is no interest on this, then I would order that the next time it comes up, the mover is called upon to reply. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, 7th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board for the financial years 2016-17 to 2021-2022.
Are you ready to proceed with this? I see you got a number of them today.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I request that you allow me to move this motion next week because I was not fully prepared for this. And based on the members present, I have one member here who can second me, but we are not prepared to move the motion today. We thought it was too far in the order paper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would imagine that now you are informed about this, but then we stand down that order 15. Next order. Is it the same for, go ahead.
Order number 16, motion, 8th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund for the financial years 2016-2017 to 2021-2022.
Is it the same?
Same, Mr. Speaker.
For the comments of the House, could you please call order 18 first?
Order number 18, motion, 9th report on the audited accounts of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for constituencies in Nakuru County for the financial years 2013-14 to 2021 and 2022.
Honorable Mulungu, this is
It's the same.
It's the same matter. So
yes,
orders 1860, 16 and 18 are stood over until next time they're in the order paper. Let's go back to order number 17. Let's go back to order number 17. Go to order number 17.
Order number 17, motion, report on the audited accounts for the Judiciary Mortgage Scheme Fund for the financial years 2011-2012 to 2021 to 2022.
Is the chairperson in the house? Who is the chairperson? Oh yeah, Dr. Fatuma had indicated that I think Ramadan, so she won't be around. Can shoot over generally. Next order. Next order, please.
Order number 19, the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2023, second reading.
The Honorable Vicaria, you got 18 minutes. You able to move in those minutes? Okay, go ahead.
Not a very big issue. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to amend the Energy Act, Cap 314, by introducing a new section, 134A, to regulate energy purchase agreement and power purchase agreements entered into between power producer and electricity buying entities such as Kenya Power. The main objective of the bill, Honorable Speaker, is to enhance transparency, accountability, and prudent financial management in the procurement of electric power and to protect consumers from inflated electricity costs arising from non-transparent contracts. Honorable Speaker, the bill was published on the 30th October 2023 and read for the first time on the 24th April 2025. It was thereafter committed to the Departmental Committee pursuant to Standing Order number 127. In compliance with Article 118, Honorable Speaker, of the Constitution, the committee invited public participation and received submissions from the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum and stakeholders in the energy sector. In compliance with Article 1181B of the Constitution and Standing Order number 127.3, through the placement of adverts in the print media on 15th May 2025, the National Assembly invited the public and interested stakeholders to submit memoranda on the proposed amendment. Honorable Speaker, by close of business on the 28th Wednesday, May 2025 at 5 p.m., the committee did not receive any memorandum on the bill. Honorable Speaker, the committee invited Minister of Energy and Petroleum for a meeting on the 29th July 2025 to give their comments and proposals on the bill. In addition to the committee invited other stakeholders, including Or Power 4, Kipeto Energy PLC, Socian Energy Limited, and Lake Turkana Wind Power Limited for a meeting to give their comments and proposals on the bill. It is important to note that out of the stakeholders invited, apart from the ministry, only Socian Energy Limited appeared before the committee. Honorable Speaker, the committee carefully reviewed the bill clause by clause and considered all views received. Honorable Speaker, after considering the bill, the committee made the following key observation. 1, the bill refers only to energy purchase agreement. However, in practice, Honorable Speaker, Kenya Power enters into both energy purchase agreements and power purchase agreements. The two are different. Power is measured in megawatts, while energy is measured in megawatts per hour. The law must therefore clearly cover both to avoid ambiguity. Secondly, the proposed section 134A2 restates principles of public finance that are already provided for in the Constitution and other existing laws. The committee found this as unnecessary duplication. Thirdly, the proposed subsection 134A3 introduces procurement and feasibility study requirements that are already covered under the existing frameworks, such as the least cost power development plan and the public-private partnership framework. The committee noted that retaining these provisions may create legal conflicts and delay energy projects. Mr. Speaker, in view of this observation, the committee recommended that the House approves the bill with amendments. The key amendments proposed are: 1, to introduce a clear definition of energy purchase agreement to include both energy and power purchase agreements. 2, delete Section 2 to avoid duplication of constitutional principles. 3, to delete Section 3 to avoid legal conflict and unnecessary delays in procurement. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, to provide a transitional clause requiring existing agreement to comply with the law, with the new law within 6 months of commitment. Honorable Speaker, energy is a backbone of our economy. It affects industries, small businesses, households, and all the overall cost of living. While transparency and accountability in energy contracts are essential, we must also ensure that our laws are clear, consistent, and workable. The committee believes that the proposed amendment strengthens the bill to align it with existing law frameworks while protecting public interest. I therefore urge honorable members to support the report of the committee and approve the bill with the proposed amendment. Honorable Speaker, this is an amendment that came from the Senate and proposed by Honorable Sifuna, Senator Sifuna. He was trying to clean, but when we looked at the bill, as I've indicated, Honorable Speaker, it actually was a repetition of already the existing laws that are already there. And other than an exception of one clause that we were bringing to the amendment on the definition to include both energy and power purchase agreement, Honorable Speaker, all the other proposals that he had proposed, we thought it was just a duplication and it might bring some conflict in future if allowed to go through. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and ask my brother to second. Mheshimiwa Gishimo Wakili, asante.
Okay, we don't know I don't know he was your brother, but yeah, brother, Honorable Gishimo.
Honorable Speaker, in our custom, we call men of almost the same age brothers. So I believe that is where he is coming from. So, Honorable Speaker, let me second, I rise to second this bill, which has been moved by Honorable Gikaria. And Honorable Speaker, the committee has carefully considered the amendments that came from one of the members of the Senate, Honorable Sifuna, and thought is wise that there is no need to pass the amendments as they are in the bill, because that would amount to a lot of duplication on the existing laws already. And Honorable Speaker, the part that requires definition, which has been creating confusion and probably jeopardizing and compromising the consumers in terms of the power which is built. I think this is a debate that has also has found its way into this House through various members. I remember the Honorable Member for Laikipia, Honorable Jane Kagiri, brought up this matter, and which even went to the Energy Committee. It was deliberated there. Actually, the report was even brought to this committee. And Honorable Gikari has picked it from there. Actually, through that amendment, now that issue will be resolved. And to be fair to the existing agreements, the partners or the parties to the existing agreement, that exit clause is very, very important, so that, because the law does not act retrospectively. So they also, there could be some timelines they had already given themselves in those agreements. So that exit clause is also very, very important, and it ensures there is fairness even to the existing parties in those agreements. So, Honorable Speaker, since it's just one main clause with the sub-clauses that is being sought to be amended, I don't need to go beyond that point. I beg to second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Members, I propose the question that the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 42 of 2023, be now read a second time. The Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also join my colleague in supporting the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 45 of 2023, and as moved with the proposed amendments. And let me also commend the Secretary General of the biggest party, Edwin Sifuna, for having thought through it so that it comes through this bill that has found its way here. Honorable Speaker, and today I was in an engagement with the Cabinet Secretary in charge of industry, and one of the questions that we rose and we discussed with him was the cost of energy. And probably, Honorable Gikari, you need to educate the uneducated. I've never known the difference between energy and power. I thought our words can be used interchangeably. But you have said the difference is only the units of measurement, where the difference is. As I go to take a cup of uji with our lab president, Uhuru Kenyatta, told us, I'll ask the engineers to explain for me the difference, because I know you're not an engineer in that line. You are a Catholic like me. So, Honorable Speaker, the issue of cost of power.
Catholic engineers and non-Catholic engineers.
Yes, you might not understand, but we met somewhere, and the environment was very tense. Then, those good days. Honorable Speaker, the issue of power in this country, the cost of power in this country, is a matter that we need to debate as a country and resolve. Actually, there are two limbs to the debate. One, is the amount of power in this country adequate to power this country and achieve Vision 2030 of being the most industrialized country? That's a debate I'm sure the chair will one day have to come to this house and convince people. Because there have been debates elsewhere that Kenya has got excess power. But the problem is scheduling, because everybody in this country operates within defined hours, known hours. People, households, everybody go to work in the morning, comes in the evening, they overload. All industries work during the day, they don't operate at night, so the load shedding becomes a big issue. Probably as a country, we must get that debate. Secondly, is the reliability, the evacuation of that power from the production point to another point. For example, Honorable Speaker, you are my neighbor, probably you don't suffer this problem because the energy slips in Siaya County. As in Busia, even when it drizzles, power disappears. And disappears for days and days. It can go even for 3, 4 days, continuously. You'll be told long stories, the line is old, the power station has been hit by lightning, those kind of things. So that's a second debate we must have. How can we stabilize power and ensure all parts of the country get power continuously to power the economy of this country? The third issue is the cost of power. When you do literature review, you Google elsewhere, you will be told Kenya, the tariffs in Kenya are some of the highest in Africa. Yet, every day, we have invested in power generation for generations past, for many years. Oil carrier, we have everything. What baffles everybody, how come the cost of power has never come down to the level that's affordable, that can support this economy? Is it like the banking sector? Is it like the debt, domestic debt in this country that is controlled by cartels that cannot allow it to run by the market forces of demand and supply? Honorable Speaker, as I stand here, I have a very interesting case in my constituency, and I'll again go back to the chair to have a progress report. There are these people called Kudura, the solar-powered people, a company, I think it's a Portuguese company or Spanish company, one of those. Honorable Speaker, can I shock you that the tariffs is about 80 bob per unit, compared to Kenya Power of about 2 shillings per unit. And they went and signed exclusive contract with the Ministry of Energy that where they have gone, where they have established, Kenya Power cannot take their line. You can imagine, Honorable Speaker, the exploitation. And that's why I wholly support the amendment moved by the Super Senator, Edwin Sifuna, to have these matters probably regulated in such a way that there's some kind of dashboard view before these contracts are signed. I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, whenever even that Kudura program, whenever there is little sun that cannot run the whole day, the entire system goes off. Because it's dealt with solar, we thought they would have big batteries to store the power, yet that doesn't happen. So, Honorable Speaker, you can never develop a country if you don't have power. When you look, even if you happen to overfly Kenya at night, Kenya is one of the most least lit countries, probably in Africa, this part of the world. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, our progress cannot move. Nobody is going to invest in this country in heavy manufacturing where the cost of electricity probably takes almost 40% of the operating costs. So that's why I live with you, the chair. We have had this discussion that there are very many initiatives ongoing. I remember the president somewhere made some remarks how they intend to bring a massive amount of power, and I think when the analyst sat down, they put him off, and the story just died that way. I hope, Honorable Speaker, Chair, the story is not dead, it's still alive. It's still alive, and I hope at one time or another, these grandiose ideas that we keep on banding around whenever we have a microphone in our hands come to fruition. They should not just become empty rhetoric to massage and excite the audience to be seen how well we can speak in English. Honorable Speaker, this country requires further and serious discussion so that we move forward to the next level, we avoid rhetoric and move forward to the next level. Honorable Speaker, as we move, Honorable Speaker and the Chairman, I want your support here. Some years back, in 2024, there was this last mile connectivity program, that the contract, the funding was renewed. Honorable Speaker, from 2024, the many schemes, even the President himself came to launch in Busia, none of them have ever taken off. The long stories continues. The long stories continues. Honorable Speaker, Chair, we have now been branded liars. People who go and tell lies, yet we know very well nothing will happen. Can we get these programs running so that we get the people, wherever they are, they get power? Honorable Speaker, with those very few remarks, because time has run out, I beg to support the bill. I beg to support the committee's proposed recommendations for amendments, and we will do it, the committee of the whole House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, all members. Debate on this bill will continue next time Time is up. It is in the order paper. Order. What's out of order? Time has lapsed. Go ahead. What is out of order, Honorable Gikaria, before we rise?
Honorable Speaker, to be honest, it's only that I know Mheshimiwa Odo is always permanently in the House, but how I wish I would be able to give him an update.
Of course, you know you'll get a chance to reply.
I will do that once, because as he has said, to be
Order.
honest, okay.
You know very well that you had a chance to reply with the move of the bill. So just ensure the day you are replying, your friend, and did you call him your brother, who is in the House, so that he can listen to your reply? Oh, members, time now being 7:01 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 24th of February 2026 at 2:30 p.m.